Book 4, Chapter 8 of The Return of the Native, by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 4, The Closed Door, Chapter 8. Eustacia hears of good fortune and beholds evil. In the meantime, Eustacia, left alone in her cottage at Alderworth, had become considerably depressed by the posture of affairs. The consequences which might result from Clem's discovery that his mother had been turned from his door that day were likely to be disagreeable, and this was a quality in events which she hated as much as the dreadful. To be left to pass the evening by herself was irksome to her at any time, and this evening it was more irksome than usual by reason of the excitements of the past hours. The two visits had stirred her into restlessness. She was not wrought to any great pitch of uneasiness by the probability of appearing in an ill light in the discussion between Clem and his mother, but she was wrought to vexation, and her slumbering activities were quickened to the extent of wishing that she had opened the door. She had certainly believed that Clem was awake, and the excuse would be an honest one as far as it went, but nothing could save her from censure in refusing to answer at the first knock. Yet, instead of blaming herself for the issue, she laid the fault upon the shoulders of some indistinct colossal prince of the world, who had framed her situation and ruled her lot. At this time of the year it was pleasanter to walk by night than by day, and when Clem had been absent about an hour she suddenly resolved to go out in the direction of Bloom's End, on the chance of meeting him on his return. When she reached the garden gate she heard wheels approaching, and looking round beheld her grandfather coming up in his car.
"I can't stay a minute, thank ye,"
he answered to her greeting.
"I am driving to East Egdon, but I came round here just to tell you the news. Perhaps you have heard about Mr. Wildeve's fortune?"
"No," said
Eustacia blankly.
"Well, he has come into a fortune of £11,000. Uncle died in Canada just after hearing that all his family, whom he was sending home, had gone to the bottom in the Cassiopeia. So Wildeve has come into everything, without in the least expecting it."
Eustacia stood motionless a while.
"How long has he known of this?"
she asked.
"Well, it was known to him this morning early, for I knew it at 10 o'clock, when Charlie came back. Now he is what I call a lucky man. What a fool you were, Eustacia!"
"In what way?"
she said, lifting her eyes in apparent calmness.
"Why, in not sticking to him when you had him."
"Had him, indeed!"
"I did not know there had ever been anything between you till lately, and faith, I should have been hot and strong against it if I had known. But since it seems that there was some sniffling between ye, why the deuce didn't you stick to him?"
Eustacia made no reply, but she looked as if she could say as much upon that subject as he, if she chose.
"And how is your poor blind husband?"
continued the old man.
"Not a bad fellow either, as far as he goes."
"He is quite well."
"It is a good thing for his cousin, what d'ye call her? By George, you ought to have been in that galley, my girl. Now I must drive on. Do you want any assistance? What's mine is yours, you know."
"Thank you, grandfather. We are not in want at present,"
she said coldly.
"Clem cuts furs, but he does it mostly as a useful pastime, because he can do nothing else."
"He is paid for his pastime, isn't he? 3 shillings a hundred, I heard."
"Clem has money,"
she said, colouring,
"but he likes to earn a little."
"Very well. Good night."
And the captain drove on. When her grandfather was gone, Eustacia went on her way mechanically, but her thoughts were no longer concerning her mother-in-law and Clem. Wildeve, notwithstanding his complaints about his fate, had been seized upon by destiny and placed in the sunshine once more. £11,000! From every Egdon point of view he was a rich man. In Eustacia's eyes, too, it was an ample sum, one sufficient to supply those wants of hers which had been stigmatized by Clem, in his more austere moods, as vain and luxurious. Though she was no lover of money, she loved what money could bring, and the new accessories she imagined around him coloured Wildeve with a great deal of interest. She recollected now how quietly well-dressed he had been that morning. He had probably put on his newest suit, regardless of damage by briars and thorns. And then she thought of his manner towards herself.
"Oh, I see it, I see it,"
she said.
"How much he wishes he had me now, that he might give me all I desire."
In recalling the details of his glances and words, at the time scarcely regarded, it became plain to her how greatly they had been dictated by his knowledge of this new event.
Had he been a man to bear a jilt ill will, he would have told me of his good fortune in crowing tones. Instead of doing that, he mentioned not a word, in deference to my misfortunes, and merely implied that he loved me still as one superior to him.
Wildave's silence that day on what had happened to him was just the kind of behaviour calculated to make an impression on such a woman. Those delicate touches of good taste were, in fact, one of the strong points in his demeanour towards the other sex. The peculiarity of Wildave was that, while at one time passionate, upbraiding, and resentful towards a woman, at another he would treat her with such unparalleled grace as to make previous neglect appear as no discourtesy, injury as no insult, interference as a delicious attention, and the ruin of her honour an excess of chivalry. This man, whose admiration to-day Eustacia had disregarded, whose good wishes she had scarcely taken the trouble to accept, whom she had shown out of the house by the back door, was the possessor of £11,000, a man of fair professional education, and one who had served his articles with a civil engineer. So intent was Eustacia upon Wildave's fortunes that she forgot how much closer to her own course were those of Clym, and instead of walking on to meet him at once, she sat down upon a stone. She was disturbed in her reverie by a voice behind, and turning her head, beheld the old lover and fortunate inheritor of wealth immediately beside her. She remained sitting, though the fluctuation in her look might have told any man who knew her so well as Wildave that she was thinking of him.
"How did you come here?"
she said in a clear, low tone.
"I thought you were at home."
"I went on to the village after leaving your garden, and now I have come back again. That's all. Which way were you walking, may I ask?"
She waved her hand in the direction of Bloom's End.
"I am going to meet my husband. I think I may possibly have got into trouble whilst you were with me to-day."
"How could that be?"
"By not letting in Mrs. Yeobright."
"I hope that visit of mine did you no harm."
"None. It was not your fault,"
she said quietly. By this time she had risen, and they involuntarily sauntered on together, without speaking, for 2 or 3 minutes, when Eustacia broke silence by saying,
"I assume I must congratulate you."
"On what?" Oh, yes, on my £11,000, you mean. Well, since I didn't get something else, I must be content with getting that."
"You seem very indifferent about it. Why didn't you tell me to-day when you came?"
she said in the tone of a neglected person.
"I heard of it quite by accident."
"I did mean to tell you,"
said Wildave.
"but well, I will speak frankly. I did not like to mention it when I saw, Eustacia, that your star was not high. The sight of a man lying wearied out with hard work, as your husband lay, made me feel that to brag of my own fortune to you would be greatly out of place. Yet, as you stood there beside him, I could not help feeling, too, that in many respects he was a richer man than I."
At this Eustacia said, with slumbering mischievousness,
"What? Would you exchange with him your fortune for me?"
"I certainly would,"
said Wildave.
"As we are imagining what is impossible and absurd, suppose we change the subject."
"Very well, and I will tell you of my plans for the future, if you care to hear them. I shall permanently invest £9,000, keep 1,000 as ready money, and with the remaining 1,000 travel for a year or so."
"Travel? What a bright idea! Where will you go to?"
"From here to Paris, where I shall pass the winter and spring. Then I shall go to Italy, Greece, Egypt, and Palestine, before the hot weather comes on. In the summer I shall go to America, and then, by a plan not yet settled, I shall go to Australia and round to India." By that time I shall have begun to have had enough of it. Then I shall probably come back to Paris again, and there I shall stay as long as I can afford to.
Back to Paris again,
she murmured in a voice that was nearly a sigh. She had never once told Wildeve of the Parisian desires which Clem's description had sown in her, yet here he was involuntarily in a position to gratify them.
You think a good deal of Paris?
She added.
Yes, in my opinion, it is the central beauty spot of the world.
And in mine. And Thomasin will go with you.
Yes, if she cares to. She may prefer to stay at home.
So you will be going about, and I shall be staying here.
I suppose you will, but we know whose fault that is.
I am not blaming you,
she said quickly.
Oh, I thought you were. If ever you should be inclined to blame me, think of a certain evening by Rainbarrow, when you promised to meet me and did not. You sent me a letter, and my heart ached to read that, as I hope yours never will. That was one point of divergence. Then I did something in haste. But she is a good woman, and I will say no more.
I know that the blame was on my side that time,
said Eustacia.
But it had not always been so. However, it is my misfortune to be too sudden in feeling. Oh, Damon, don't reproach me any more. I can't bear that.
They went on silently for a distance of 2 or 3 miles, when Eustacia said suddenly,
Haven't you come out of your way, Mr. Wildeve?
My way is anywhere tonight. I will go with you as far as the hill on which we can see Bloom's End, as it's getting late for you to be alone.
Don't trouble. I am not obliged to be out at all. I think I would rather you did not accompany me further. This sort of thing would have an odd look if known.
Very well, I will leave you.
He took her hand unexpectedly and kissed it, for the first time since her marriage.
What light is that on the hill?
He added, as it were to hide the caress. She looked and saw a flickering firelight proceeding from the open side of a hovel a little way before them. The hovel, which she had hitherto always found empty, seemed to be inhabited now.
Since you have come so far,
said Eustacia,
will you see me safely past that hut? I thought I should have met Clem somewhere about here, but as he doesn't appear, I will hasten on and get to Bloom's End before he leaves.
They advanced to the turf shed, and when they got near it, the firelight and the lantern inside showed distinctly enough the form of a woman reclining on a bed of fern, a group of Heath men and women standing around her. Eustacia did not recognize Mrs. Yeobright in the reclining figure, nor Clem as one of the standers by, till she came close. Then she quickly pressed her hand up on Wildeve's arm, and signified to him to come back from the open side of the shed into the shadow.
It is my husband and his mother,
she whispered in an agitated voice.
What can it mean? Will you step forward and tell me?
Wildeve left her side and went to the back wall of the hut. Presently Eustacia perceived that he was beckoning to her, and she advanced and joined him.
It is a serious case,
said Wildeve. From their position they could hear what was proceeding inside.
I cannot think where she could have been going,
said Clem to someone.
She had evidently walked a long way, but even when she was able to speak just now, she would not tell me where. What do you really think of her?
There is a great deal to fear,
was gravely answered, in a voice which Eustacia recognized as that of the only surgeon in the district.
She has suffered somewhat from the bite of the adder, but it is exhaustion which has overpowered her. My impression is that her walk must have been exceptionally long.
I used to tell her not to overwalk herself in this weather,
said Clem with distress.
Do you think we did well in using the adder's fat?
Well, it is a very ancient remedy. The old remedy of the viper-catchers, I believe,
replied the doctor.
It is mentioned as an infallible ointment by Hoffman, Mead, and I think the Abbé Fontana. Undoubtedly, it was as good a thing as you could do, though I question if some other oils would not have been equally efficacious.
Come here,
was then rapidly said in anxious female tones, and Clem and the doctor could be heard rushing forward from the back part of the shed to where Mrs. Yeobright lay.
Oh, what is it?
whispered Eustacia.
'Twas Thomasin who spoke,
said Wildeve.
Then they have fetched her. I wonder if I had better go in. Yet it might do harm.
For a long time there was utter silence among the group within, and it was broken at last by Clym, saying in an agonized voice,
"Oh, doctor, what does it mean?"
The doctor did not reply at once. Ultimately he said,
"She is sinking fast. Her heart was previously affected, and physical exhaustion has dealt the finishing blow."
Then there was a weeping of women, then waiting, then hushed exclamations, then a strange gasping sound, then a painful stillness.
"It is all over,"
said the doctor. Further back in the hut the cotters whispered,
"Mrs. Yeobright is dead."
Almost at the same moment the two watchers observed the form of a small old-fashioned child entering at the open side of the shed. Susan Nonsuch, whose boy it was, went forward to the opening and silently beckoned him to go back.
"I've got something to tell you, Mother,"
he cried in a shrill tone.
"That woman asleep there walked along with me today, and she said I was to say that I had seen her, and that she was a broken-hearted woman, and cast off by her son, and then I came on home."
A confused sob as from a man was heard within, upon which Eustacia gasped faintly.
That's Clym. I must go to him. Yet dare I do it? No, come away.
When they had withdrawn from the neighbourhood of the shed, she said huskily,
I am to blame for this. There is evil in store for me.
Was she not admitted to your house after all?
Wildeve inquired.
No, and that's where it all lies. Oh, what shall I do? I shall not intrude upon them. I shall go straight home. Damon, good-bye. I cannot speak to you any more now.
They parted company, and when Eustacia had reached the next hill, she looked back. A melancholy procession was wending its way by the light of the lantern from the hut towards Bloom's End. Wildeve was nowhere to be seen. End of Book 4, Chapter 8. End of Book 4. Book 5, Chapter 1 of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5, The Discovery. Chapter 1. Wherefore is light given to him that is in misery? One evening, about 3 weeks after the funeral of Mrs. Yeobright, when the silver face of the moon sent a bundle of beams directly upon the floor of Clym's house at Alderworth, a woman came forth from within. She reclined over the garden gate, as if to refresh herself a while. The pale lunar touches which make beauties of hags lent divinity to this face, already beautiful. She had not long been there when a man came up the road, and with some hesitation said to her,
"How is he to-night, ma'am, if you please?"
He is better, though still very unwell, Humphrey,
replied Eustacia.
Is he light-headed, ma'am?
No, he is quite sensible now.
Do he rave about his mother just the same, poor fellow?
Continued Humphrey.
Just as much, though not quite so wildly,
she said in a low voice.
It was very unfortunate, ma'am, that the boy Johnny should ever have told him his mother's dying words about her being broken-hearted and cast off by her son. 'Twas enough to upset any man alive.
Eustacia made no reply beyond that of a slight catch in her breath, as of one who fain would speak but could not, and Humphrey, declining her invitation to come in, went away. Eustacia turned, entered the house, and ascended to the front bedroom, where a shaded light was burning. In the bed lay Clym, pale, haggard, wide awake, tossing to one side and to the other, his eyes lit by a hot light, as if the fire in their pupils were burning up their substance.
"Is it you, Eustacia?"
he said, as she sat down.
Yes, Clym, I have been down to the gate. The moon is shining beautifully, and there is not a leaf stirring.
Shining, is it? What's the moon to a man like me? Let it shine. Let anything be, so that I never see another day. Eustacia, I don't know where to look. My thoughts go through me like swords. Though, if any man wants to make himself immortal by painting a picture of wretchedness, let him come here.
Why do you say so?
I cannot help feeling that I did my best to kill her.
No, Clym.
Yes, it was so. It is useless to excuse me. My conduct to her was too hideous. I made no advances, and she could not bring herself to forgive me. Now she is dead. If I had only shown myself willing to make it up with her sooner, and we had been friends, and then she had died, it wouldn't be so hard to bear. But I never went near her house, so she never came near mine, and didn't know how welcome she would have been. That's what troubles me. She did not know I was going to her house that very night, for she was too insensible to understand me. If she had only come to see me! I longed that she would, but it was not to be.
There escaped from Eustacia one of those shivering sighs which used to shake her like a pestilent blast. She had not yet told. But Yeobright was too deeply absorbed in the ramblings incidental to his remorseful state to notice her. During his illness he had been continually talking thus. Despair had been added to his original grief by the unfortunate disclosure of the boy who had received the last words of Mrs. Yeobright, words too bitterly uttered in an hour of misapprehension. Then his distress had overwhelmed him, and he longed for death as a field-labourer longs for the shade. It was a pitiful sight of a man standing in the very focus of sorrow. He continually bewailed his tardy journey to his mother's house, because it was an error which could never be rectified, and insisted that he must have been horribly perverted by some fiend not to have thought before that it was his duty to go to her, since she did not come to him. He would ask Eustacia to agree with him in his self-condemnation, and when she, seared inwardly by a secret she dared not tell, declared that she could not give an opinion, he would say,
"That's because you don't know my mother's nature. She was always ready to forgive if asked to do so, but I seemed to her to be as an obstinate child, and that made her unyielding. Yet not unyielding, she was proud and reserved, no more. Yes, I can understand why she held out against me so long. She was waiting for me. I dare say she said 100 times in her sorrow, 'What a return he makes for all the sacrifices I have made for him!' I never went to her. When I set out to visit her it was too late. To think of that is nearly intolerable."
Sometimes his condition had been one of utter remorse, unsoftened by a single tear of pure sorrow, and then he writhed as he lay, fevered far more by thought than by physical ills.
"If I could only get one assurance that she did not die in a belief that I was resentful,"
he said one day when in this mood,
"it would be better to think of than a hope of heaven. But that I cannot do."
You give yourself up too much for this wearying despair,
said Eustacia.
Other men's mothers have died.
"That doesn't make the loss of mine less. Yet it is less the loss than the circumstances of the loss. I sinned against her, and on that account there is no light for me."
She sinned against you, I think.
"No, she did not. I committed the guilt, and may the whole burden be upon my head."
I think you might consider twice before you say that,
Eustacia replied.
Single men have, no doubt, a right to curse themselves, as much as they please, but men with wives involved too in the doom they pray down.
"I am in too sorry a state to understand what you are refining on,"
said the wretched man.
"Day and night shout at me, 'You have helped to kill her.' But in loathing myself I may, I own, be unjust to you, my poor wife. Forgive me for it, Eustacia, for I scarcely know what I do."
Eustacia was always anxious to avoid the sight of her husband in such a state as this, which had become as dreadful to her as the trial scene was to Judas Iscariot. It brought before her eyes the spectre of a worn-out woman knocking at a door which she would not open, and she shrank from contemplating it. Yet it was better for Yeobright himself when he spoke openly of his sharp regret, for in silence he endured infinitely more, and would sometimes remain so long in a tense brooding mood, consuming himself by the gnawing of his thought, that it was imperatively necessary to make him talk aloud, that his grief might in some degree expend itself in the effort. Eustacia had not been long indoors after her look at the moonlight, when a soft footstep came up to the house, and Thomason was announced by the woman downstairs.
"Ah, Thomason, thank you for coming tonight,"
said Clym when she entered the room.
"Here am I, you see. Such a wretched spectacle am I that I shrink from being seen by a single friend, and almost from you."
You must not shrink from me, dear Clym,
said Thomason earnestly, in that sweet voice of hers which came to a sufferer like fresh air into a black hole.
Nothing in you can ever shock me or drive me away. I have been here before, but you don't remember it.
"Yes, I do. I am not delirious, Thomason, nor have I been so at all. Don't you believe that if they say so. I am only in a great misery at what I have done, and that, with the weakness, makes me seem mad. But it has not upset my reason. Do you think I should remember all about my mother's death if I were out of my mind? No such good luck. 2 months and a half, Thomason, the last of her life, did my poor mother live alone, distracted and mourning because of me. Yet she was unvisited by me, though I was living only 6 miles off. 2 months and a half, 75 days did the sun rise and set upon her in that deserted state which a dog didn't deserve. Poor people who had nothing in common with her would have cared for her and visited her had they known her sickness and loneliness. But I, who should have been all to her, stayed away like a cur. If there is any justice in God, let him kill me now. He has nearly blinded me, but that is not enough. If he would only strike me with more pain, I would believe in him forever."
Hush, hush. Oh, pray, Clym, don't say it,
implored Thomason, affrighted into sobs and tears, while Eustacia, at the other side of the room, though her pale face remained calm, writhed in her chair. Clym went on without heeding his cousin.
"But I am not worth receiving further proof, even of heaven's reprobation. Do you think, Thomason, that she knew me? That she did not die in that horrid mistaken notion about my not forgiving her, which I can't tell you how she acquired? If you could only assure me of that. Do you think so, Eustacia? Do speak to me."
I think I can assure you that she knew better at last,
said Thomason. The pallid Eustacia said nothing.
"Why didn't she come to my house? I would have taken her in and showed her how I loved her in spite of all. But she never came, and I didn't go to her, and she died on the heath like an animal kicked out, nobody to help her till it was too late. If you could have seen her, Thomason, as I saw her, a poor dying woman lying in the dark upon the bare ground, moaning, nobody near, believing she was utterly deserted by all the world, it would have moved you to anguish. It would have moved a brute. And this poor woman, my mother. No wonder she said to the child, 'You have seen a broken-hearted woman.' What a state she must have been brought to say that. And who can have done it but I? It is too dreadful to think of, and I wish I could be punished more heavily than I am. How long was I what they called out of my senses?"
A week, I think.
"And then I became calm."
Yes, for 4 days.
"And now I have left off being calm."
But try to be quiet, please do, and you will soon be strong. If you could remove that impression from your mind."
"Yes, yes,"
he said impatiently.
"But I don't want to get strong. What's the use of my getting well? It would be better for me if I die, and it would certainly be better for Eustacia. Is Eustacia there?"
Yes.
"It would be better for you, Eustacia, if I were to die."
Don't press such a question, dear Clym.
"Well, it really is but a shadowy supposition, for unfortunately I am going to live. I feel myself getting better. Thomason, how long are you going to stay at the inn, now that all this money has come to your husband?"
Another month or 2, probably, until my illness is over. We cannot get off till then. I think it will be a month or more."
"Yes, yes, of course. Ah, Cousin Tamsy, you will get over your trouble. 1 little month will take you through it, and bring something to console you. But I shall never get over mine, and no consolation will come."
Clym, you are unjust to yourself. Depend upon it, aunt thought kindly of you. I know that if she had lived, you would have been reconciled with her.
"But she didn't come to see me, though I asked her, before I married, if she would come. Had she come, or had I gone there, she would never have died saying, 'I am a broken-hearted woman cast off by my son. My door has always been open to her. A welcome here has always awaited her. But that she never came to see.
You had better not talk any more now, Clym,
said Eustacia faintly from the other part of the room, for the scene was growing intolerable to her.
Let me talk to you instead, for the little time I shall be here.
Thomasin said soothingly.
Consider what a one-sided way you have of looking at the matter, Clym. When she said that to the little boy, you had not found her and taken her into your arms, and it might have been uttered in a moment of bitterness. It was rather like aunt to say things in haste. She sometimes used to speak so to me. Though she did not come, I am convinced that she thought of coming to see you. Do you suppose a man's mother could live 2 or 3 months without one forgiving thought? She forgave me, and why should she not have forgiven you?
You laboured to win her round. I did nothing. I, who was going to teach people the higher secrets of happiness, did not know how to keep out of that gross misery which the most untaught are wise enough to avoid.
How did you get here tonight, Thomasin?
Said Eustacia.
Damon set me down at the end of the lane. He has driven into East Egdon on business, and he will come and pick me up by and by.
Accordingly, they soon after heard the noise of wheels. Wildeve had come, and was waiting outside with his horse and gig.
Send out and tell him I will be down in 2 minutes,
said Thomasin.
I will run down myself,
said Eustacia. She went down. Wildeve had alighted, and was standing before the horse's head when Eustacia opened the door. He did not turn for a moment, thinking the comer Thomasin. Then he looked, startled ever so little, and said one word.
Well?
I have not yet told him,
she replied in a whisper.
Then don't do so till he is well. It will be fatal. You are ill yourself.
I am wretched. Oh, Damon,
she said, bursting into tears.
I cannot tell you how unhappy I am. I can hardly bear this. I can tell nobody of my trouble. Nobody knows of it but you.
Poor girl,
said Wildeve, visibly affected at her distress, and at last led on so far as to take her hand.
It is hard when you've done nothing to deserve it, that you should have got involved in such a web as this. You were not made for these sad scenes. I am to blame most. If I could only have saved you from it all.
But, Damon, please, pray tell me what I must do. To sit by him hour after hour, and hear him reproach himself as being the cause of her death, and to know that I am the sinner, if any human being is at all, drives me into cold despair. I don't know what to do. Should I tell him, or should I not tell him? I always am asking myself that. Oh, I want to tell him, and yet I am afraid. If he find it out, he must surely kill me, for nothing else will be in proportion to his feelings now. Beware the fury of a patient man sounds day by day in my ears as I watch him.
Well, wait till he is better, and trust to chance. And when you tell, you must only tell part, for his own sake.
Which part should I keep back?
Wildeve paused.
That I was in the house at the time,
he said in a low tone.
Yes, it must be concealed, seeing what has been whispered. How much easier are hasty actions than speeches that will excuse them.
If he were only to die,
Wildeve murmured.
Do not think of it. I would not buy hope of immunity by so cowardly a desire, even if I hated him. Now I am going up to him again. Thomasin bade me tell you she would be down in a few minutes. Good-bye.
She returned, and Thomasin soon appeared. When she was seated in the gig with her husband, and the horse was turning to go off, Wildeve lifted his eyes to the bedroom windows. Looking from one of them, he could discern a pale, tragic face watching him drive away. It was Eustacia's. End of Book 5, Chapter 1. Book 5, Chapter 2 of The Return of the Native, by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Book 5. The Discovery. Chapter 2. A lurid light breaks in upon a darkened understanding. Clem's grief became mitigated by wearing itself out. His strength returned, and a month after the visit of Thomason he might have been seen walking about the garden. Endurance and despair, equanimity and gloom, the tints of health and the pallor of death, mingled weirdly in his face. He was now unnaturally silent upon all the past that related to his mother, and though Eustacia knew that he was thinking of it none the less, she was only too glad to escape the topic ever to bring it up anew. When his mind had been weaker, his heart had led him to speak out, but reason having now somewhat recovered itself, he sank into taciturnity. One evening, when he was thus standing in the garden, abstractedly spudding up a weed with his stick, a bony figure turned the corner of the house and came up to him.
"Christian, isn't it?"
said Clem.
"I am glad you have found me out. I should soon want you to go to Bloom's End and assist me in putting the house in order. I suppose it is all locked up as I left it."
"Yes, Mr. Clem."
"Have you dug up the potatoes and other roots?"
"Yes, without a drop of rain, thank God. But I was coming to tell ye of something else, which is quite different from what we have lately had in the family. I am sent by the rich gentleman at the Woman, that we used to call the landlord, to tell ye that Mrs. Wildeve is doing well of a girl, which was born punctually at 1 o'clock at noon, or a few minutes more or less. And 'tis said that expecting of this increase is what have kept 'em there since they have come into their money."
"And she's getting on well, you say?"
"Yes, sir. Only Mr. Wildeve is twanky because 'tisn't a boy. That's what they say in the kitchen, but I was not supposed to notice that."
"Christian, now listen to me.
"Yes, sure, Mr. Yeobright."
Did you see my mother the day before she died?"
"No, I did not."
Yeobright's face expressed disappointment.
"But I seed her the morning of the same day she died."
Clem's look lighted up.
"That's nearer still to my meaning,"
he said.
"Yes, I know 'twas the same day, for she said, 'I be going to see him, Christian, so I shall not want any vegetables brought in for dinner.'"
"See whom?"
"See you. She was going to your house, you understand."
Yeobright regarded Christian with intense surprise.
"Why did you never mention this?"
he said.
"Are you sure it was my house she was coming to?"
"Oh, yes. I didn't mention it 'cause I've never zeed you lately, and as she didn't get there it was all naught and nothing to tell."
"And I have been wondering why she should have walked in the heath on that hot day. Well, did she say what she was coming for? It's a thing, Christian, I am very anxious to know."
"Yes, Mr. Clem. She didn't say it to me, though I think she did to one here and there."
"Do you know one person to whom she spoke of it?"
"There is one man, please, sir, but I hope you won't mention my name to him, as I have seen him in strange places, particular in dreams. One night last summer he glared at me like famine and sword, and it made me feel so low that I didn't comb out my few hairs for 2 days. He was standing, as it might be, Mr. Yeobright, in the middle of the path to Mistover, and your mother came up, looking as pale—"
"Yes. When was that?"
"Last summer, in my dream."
"Pooh! Who's the man?"
"Diggory, the Reddle man. He called upon her and sat with her the evening before she set out to see you. I hadn't gone home from work when he came up to the gate."
"I must see then. I wish I had known it before,"
said Clem anxiously.
"I wonder why he has not come to tell me."
"He went out of Egdon Heath the next day, so would not be likely to know you wanted him."
"Christian,"
said Clem,
"you must go and find Ven. I am otherwise engaged, or I would go myself. Find him at once and tell him I want to speak to him."
"I'm a good hand at hunting up folk by day,"
said Christian, looking dubiously round at the declining light.
"but as to night time, never is such a bad hand as I, Mr. Yeobright."
"Search the heath when you will, so that you bring him soon. Bring him tomorrow if you can."
Christian then departed. The morrow came, but no Ven. In the evening Christian arrived, looking very weary. He had been searching all day, and had heard nothing of the Reddleman.
"Inquire as much as you can tomorrow, without neglecting your work,"
said Yeobright.
"Don't come again till you have found him."
The next day Yeobright set out for the old house at Bloom's End, which, with the garden, was now his own. His severe illness had hindered all preparations for his removal thither. but it had become necessary that he should go and overlook its contents, as administrator to his mother's little property, for which purpose he decided to pass the next night on the premises. He journeyed onward, not quickly or decisively, but in the slow walk of one who has been awakened from a stupefying sleep. It was early afternoon when he reached the valley. The expression of the place, the tone of the hour, were precisely those of many such occasions in days gone by, and these antecedent similarities fostered the illusion that she, who was there no longer, would come out to welcome him. The garden gate was locked, and the shutters were closed, just as he himself had left them on the evening after the funeral. He unlocked the gate, and found that a spider had already constructed a large web, tying the door to the lintel, on the supposition that it was never to be opened again. When he had entered the house and flung back the shutters, he set about his task of overhauling the cupboards and closets, burning papers, and considering how best to arrange the place for Eustatia's reception, until such time as he might be in a position to carry out his long-delayed scheme, should that time ever arrive. As he surveyed the rooms, he felt strongly disinclined for the alterations which would have to be made in the time-honoured furnishing of his parents and grandparents to suit Eustatia's modern ideas. The gaunt oak-cased clock, with the picture of the Ascension on the door-panel, and the miraculous draught of fishes on the base. His grandmother's corner cupboard with the glass door, through which the spotted china was visible, the dumb-waiter, the wooden tea-trays, the hanging fountain with the brass tap. Whither would these venerable articles have to be banished? He noticed that the flowers in the window had died for a want of water, and he placed them out upon the ledge, that they might be taken away. While thus engaged, he heard footsteps on the gravel without, and somebody knocked at the door. Yeobright opened it, and Venn was standing there before him.
"Good morning,"
said the riddle-man.
"Is Mrs. Yeobright at home?"
Yeobright looked upon the ground.
"Then you have not seen Christian or any of the Egdon folks?" he said.
"No. I have only just returned after a long stay away. I called here the day before I left."
"And you have heard nothing?"
"Nothing."
"My mother is dead."
"Dead?"
said Venn mechanically.
"Her home now is where I shouldn't mind having mine."
Venn regarded him, and then said,
"If I didn't see your face, I could never believe your words. Have you been ill?"
"I had an illness."
"Well, the change. When I parted from her a month ago, everything seemed to say that she was going to begin a new life."
"And what seemed came true."
"You say right, no doubt. Trouble has taught you a deeper vein of talk than mine. All I meant was regarding her life here. She has died too soon."
"Perhaps through my living too long. I have had a bitter experience on that score this last month, Diggory. But come in. I have been wanting to see you."
He conducted the riddle-man into the large room where the dancing had taken place the previous Christmas, and they sat down in the settle together.
"There's the cold fireplace, you see,"
said Clym.
"When that half-burnt log and those cinders were alight she was alive. Little has been changed here yet. I can do nothing. My life creeps like a snail."
"How came she to die?"
said Venn. Yeobright gave him some particulars of her illness and death, and continued,
"After this no kind of pain will ever seem more than an indisposition to me. I began saying that I wanted to ask you something, but I stray from subjects like a drunken man. I am anxious to know what my mother said to you when she last saw you. You talked with her a long time, I think."
"I talked with her more than half an hour."
"About me?"
"Yes. And it must have been on account of what we said that she was on the heath. Without question, she was coming to see you."
"But why should she come to see me if she felt so bitterly against me? There's the mystery."
"Yet I know she quite forgave ye."
"But, Diggory, would a woman who had quite forgiven her son say, when she felt herself ill on the way to his house, that she was broken-hearted because of his ill usage? Never."
"What I know is that she didn't blame you at all. She blamed herself for what had happened, and only herself. I had it from her own lips.
You had it from her lips that I had not ill-treated her, and at the same time another had it from her lips that I had ill-treated her. My mother was no impulsive woman who changed her opinions every hour without reason. How can it be, then, that she should have told such different stories in close succession?
I cannot say. It is certainly odd, when she had forgiven you, and had forgiven your wife, and was going to see you on purpose to make friends.
If there was one thing wanting to bewilder me, it was this incomprehensible thing. Diggory, if we who remain alive were only allowed to hold conversation with the dead, just once, a bare minute, even through a screen of iron bars as with persons in prison, what we might learn! How many who now ride smiling would hide their heads! And this mystery, I should then be at the bottom of it at once. But the grave has forever shut her in. And how shall it be found out now?
No reply was returned by his companion, since none could be given, and when Venn left, a few minutes later, Clym had passed from the dullness of sorrow to the fluctuation of carking incertitude. He continued in the same state all the afternoon. A bed was made for him in the same house by a neighbour, that he might not have to return again the next day, and when he retired to rest in the deserted place, it was only to remain awake hour after hour, thinking the same thoughts. How to discover a solution to this riddle of death seemed a query of more importance than highest problems of the living. There was housed in his memory a vivid picture of the face of a little boy as he entered the hovel where Clym's mother lay. The round eyes, eager gaze, the piping voice which enunciated the words, had operated like stilettos on his brain. A visit to the boy suggested itself as a means of gleaning new particulars, though it might be unproductive. To probe a child's mind after the lapse of 6 weeks, not for facts which the child had seen and understood, but to get at those which were in their nature beyond him, did not promise much. Yet, when every obvious channel is blocked, we grope towards the small and obscure. There was nothing else left to do. After that he would allow the enigma to drop into the abyss of undiscoverable things. It was about daybreak when he had reached this decision, and he at once arose. He locked up the house and went out into the green patch which merged in heather further on. In front of the white garden palings the path branched into 3 like a broad arrow. The road to the right led to the quiet woman and its neighbourhood. The middle track led to Mistover Knapp. The left-hand track led over the hill to another part of Mistover, where the child lived. On inclining into the latter path, Yeobright felt a creeping chilliness, familiar enough to most people, and probably caused by the unsunned morning air. In after days he thought of it as a thing of singular significance. When Yeobright reached the cottage of Susan Nonsuch, the mother of the boy he sought, he found that the inmates were not yet astir. But in upland hamlets the transition from a bed to a broad is surprisingly swift and easy. There no dense partition of yawns and toilets divides humanity by night from humanity by day. Yeobright tapped at the upper window-sill, which he could reach with his walking-stick, and in 3 or 4 minutes the woman came down. It was not till this moment that Clym recollected her to be the person who had behaved so barbarously to Eustacia. It partly explained the insuavity with which the woman greeted him. Moreover, the boy had been ailing again, and Susan now, as ever since the night when he had been pressed into Eustacia's service at the bonfire, attributed his indispositions to Eustatia's influence as a witch. It was one of those sentiments which lurk like moles underneath the visible surface of manners, and may have been kept alive by Eustatia's entreaty to the captain, at the time that he had intended to prosecute Susan for the pricking in church, to let the matter drop, which he accordingly had done. Yeobright overcame his repugnance, for Susan had at least borne his mother no ill will. He asked kindly for the boy, but her manner did not improve.
"I wish to see him,"
continued Yeobright, with some hesitation.
"to ask him if he remembers anything more of his walk with my mother than what he has previously told."
She regarded him in a peculiar and criticizing manner. To anybody but a half-blind man it would have said, "You want another of the knocks which have already laid you so low." She called the boy downstairs, asked Clem to sit down on a stool, and continued.
Now, Johnny, tell Mr. Yeobright anything you can call to mind.
You have not forgotten how you walked with the poor lady on that hot day?
Said Clem.
No,
said the boy.
And what she said to you?
The boy repeated the exact words he had used on entering the hut. Yeobright rested his elbow on the table and shaded his face with his hand. And the mother looked as if she wondered how a man could want more of what had stung him so deeply.
She was going to Alderworth when you first met her.
no, she was coming away.
That can't be.
Yes, she walked along with me. I was coming away too.
Then where did you first see her?
At your house.
Attend and speak the truth,
said Clem sternly.
Yes, sir. At your house was where I seed her first.
Clem started up, and Susan smiled in an expectant way which did not embellish her face. It seemed to mean, "Something sinister is coming."
What did she do at my house?
She went and sat under the trees at the Devil's Bellows.
Good God, this is all news to me.
You never told me this before,
said Susan.
No, mother, because I didn't like to tell you I had been so far. I was picking black hearts and went further than I meant.
What did she do then?
said Yeobright.
Looked at a man who came up and went into your house.
That was myself, a furze cutter with brambles in his hand.
No, 'twas not you. 'Twas a gentleman. You had gone in afore.
Who was he?
I don't know.
Now tell me what happened next.
The poor lady went and knocked at your door, and the lady with black hair looked out of the side window at her.
The boy's mother turned to Clem and said,
This is something you didn't expect.
Yeobright took no more notice of her than if he had been of stone.
Go on,
he said hoarsely to the boy.
And when she saw the young lady look out of the window, the old lady knocked again. And when nobody came, she took up the furze hook and looked at it, and put it down again. And then she looked at the faggot bonds. And then she went away, and walked across to me, and blowed her breath very hard like this. We walked on together, she and I talked to her, and she talked to me a bit, but not much, because she couldn't blow her breath.
Oh,
murmured Clem in a low tone, and bowed his head.
Let's have more,
he said.
She couldn't talk much, and she couldn't walk, and her face was, oh, so queer.
How was her face?
Like yours is now.
The woman looked at Yeobright and beheld him colourless, in a cold sweat.
Isn't there meaning in it?
she said stealthily.
What do you think of her now?
Silence,
said Clem fiercely, and, turning to the boy,
And then you left her to die?
No,
said the woman quickly and angrily.
he did not leave her to die. She sent him away. Whoever says he forsook her says what's not true.
Trouble no more about that,
said Clem with a quivering mouth.
What he did is a trifle in comparison with what he saw. Door kept shut, did you say? Kept shut, she looking out of window. Good heart of God, what does it mean?
The child shrank away from the gaze of his questioner.
He said so,
answered the mother.
And Johnny's a God-fearing boy and tells no lies.
Cast off by my son? No. By my best life, dear mother, it is not so. But by your sons. May all murderesses get the torment they deserve.
With these words, Yeobright went forth from the little dwelling. The pupils of his eyes, fixed steadfastly on blankness, were vaguely lit with an icy shine. His mouth had passed into the phase more or less imaginatively rendered in studies of Oedipus. The strangest deeds were possible to his mood, but they were not possible to his situation. Instead of there being before him the pale face of Eustacia and a masculine shape unknown, there was only the imperturbable countenance of the heath, which, having defiled the cataclysmal onsets of centuries, reduced to insignificance by its seamed and antique features the wildest turmoil of a single man. End of Book 5, Chapter 2. Book 5, Chapter 3 of The Return of the Native, by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5, The Discovery. Chapter 3, Eustacia dresses herself on a black morning. A consciousness of a vast impassivity in all which lay around him took possession even of Yeobright in his wild walk towards Alderworth. He had once before felt in his own person this overpowering of the fervid by the inanimate, but then it had tended to enervate a passion far sweeter than that which at present pervaded him. It was once when he stood parting from Eustacia in the moist, still levels beyond the hills. But dismissing all this, he went onward home, and came to the front of his house. The blinds of Eustacia's bedroom were still closely drawn, for she was no early riser. All the life visible was in the shape of a solitary thrush cracking a small snail upon the door-stone for his breakfast, and his tapping seemed a loud noise in the general silence which prevailed. But on going to the door, Clym found it unfastened, the young girl who attended upon Eustacia being astir in the back part of the premises. Yeobright entered, and went straight to his wife's room. The noise of his arrival must have aroused her, for when he opened the door she was standing before the looking-glass in her nightdress, the ends of her hair gathered into one hand, with which she was coiling the whole mass round her head, previous to beginning toilette operations. She was not a woman given to speaking first at a meeting, and she allowed Clym to walk across in silence, without turning her head. He came behind her, and she saw his face in the glass. It was ashy, haggard, and terrible. Instead of starting towards him in sorrowful surprise, as even Eustacia, undemonstrative wife as she was, would have done in days before she burdened herself with a secret, she remained motionless, looking at him in the glass. And while she looked, the carmine flush with which warmth and sound sleep had suffused her cheeks and neck dissolved from view, and the death-like pallor in his face flew across into hers. He was close enough to see this, and the sight instigated his tongue.
"You know what is the matter,"
he said huskily.
"I see it in your face."
Her hand relinquished the rope of hair and dropped to her side, and the pile of tresses, no longer supported, fell from the crown of her head about her shoulders and over the white nightgown. She made no reply.
"Speak to me,"
said Yeobright peremptorily. The blanching process did not cease in her, and her lips now became as white as her face. She turned to him and said,
"Yes, Clym, I'll speak to you. Why do you return so early? Can I do anything for you?"
"Yes, you can listen to me. It seems that my wife is not very well."
"Why?"
"Your face, my dear, your face. Or perhaps it is the pale morning light which takes your colour away. Now I'm going to reveal a secret to you."
"Oh, that is ghastly."
"What?"
"Your laugh."
"There's reasons for ghastliness. Eustacia, you have held my happiness in the hollow of your hand, and like a devil you have dashed it down."
She started back from the dressing-table, retreated a few steps from him, and looked him in the face.
"Ah, you think to frighten me,"
she said with a slight laugh.
"Is it worth while? I am undefended and alone."
"How extraordinary!"
"What do you mean?"
"As there is ample time, I will tell you, though you know well enough. I mean that it is extraordinary that you should be alone in my absence. Tell me now, where is he who was with you on the afternoon of the 31st of August? Under the bed? Up the chimney?"
A shudder overcame her, and shook the light fabric of her night-dress throughout.
"I do not remember dates so exactly,"
she said.
"I cannot recollect that anybody was with me besides yourself."
"The day I mean,"
said Yeobright, his voice growing louder and harsher,
"was the day you shut the door against my mother and killed her. Oh, it is too much, too bad."
He leant over the foot-piece of the bedstead for a few moments, with his back towards her. Then, rising again,
"Tell me, tell me, tell me, do you hear?"
he cried, rushing up to her and seizing her by the loose folds of her sleeve. The superstratum of timidity which often overlies those who are daring and defiant at heart had been passed through, and the mettlesome substance of the woman was reached. The red blood inundated her face, previously so pale.
"What are you going to do?"
she said in a low voice, regarding him with a proud smile.
"You will not alarm me by holding on so, but it would be a pity to tear my sleeve."
Instead of letting go, he drew her closer to him.
"Tell me the particulars of my mother's death,"
he said in a hard, panting whisper.
"Or I'll—"
"Clem,"
she answered slowly.
"do you think you dare do anything to me that I dare not bear? But before you strike me, listen. You will get nothing from me by a blow, even though it should kill me, as it probably will. But perhaps you do not wish me to speak. Killing may be all you mean."
"Kill you? Do you expect it?"
"I do."
"Why?"
"No less degree of rage against me will match your previous grief for her."
"I shall not kill you,"
he said contemptuously, as if under a sudden change of purpose.
"I did think of it, but I shall not. That would be making a martyr of you and sending you to where she is. And I would keep you away from her till the universe come to an end if I could."
"I almost wish you would kill me,"
said she with gloomy bitterness.
"It is with no strong desire, I assure you, that I play the part I have lately played on earth. You are no blessing, my husband."
"You shut the door. You looked out of the window upon her. You had a man in the house with you. You sent her away to die. The inhumanity, the treachery. I will not touch you. Stand away from me and confess every word."
"Never. I'll hold my tongue like the very death that I don't mind meeting, even though I can clear myself of half you believe by speaking. Yes, I will. Who of any dignity would take the trouble to clear cobwebs from a wild man's mind after such language as this? No, let him go on, and think his narrow thoughts, and run his head into the mire. I have other cares."
"'Tis too much, but I must spare you."
"Poor Charity."
"By my wretched soul, you sting me, Eustacia. I can keep it up, and hotly too. Now then, madam, tell me his name."
"Never. I am resolved."
"How often does he write to you? Where does he put his letters? When does he meet you?" "Ah, his letters. Do you tell me his name?"
"I do not."
"Then I'll find it myself."
His eyes had fallen on a small desk that stood near, on which she was accustomed to write her letters. He went to it. It was locked.
"Unlock this."
"You have no right to say it. That's mine. Stay,"
said Eustacia, stepping before him with more excitement than she had hitherto shown.
"Come, come, stand away. I must see them."
She looked at the letters as they lay, checked her feeling, and moved indifferently aside, when he gathered them up and examined them. By no stretch of meaning could any but a harmless construction be placed upon a single one of the letters themselves. The solitary exception was an empty envelope directed to her, and the handwriting was Wildeve's. Yeobright held it up. Eustacia was doggedly silent.
"Can you read, madam? Look at this envelope. Doubtless we shall find more soon, and what was inside them. I shall no doubt be gratified by learning in good time what a well-finished and full-blown adept in a certain trade my lady is."
"Do you say it to me? Do you?"
She gasped. He searched further, but found nothing more.
"What was in this letter?"
he said.
"Ask the writer. Am I your hound that you should talk to me in this way?"
"Do you brave me? Do you stand me out, mistress? Answer. Don't look at me with those eyes, if you would bewitch me again. Sooner than that I die. Do you refuse to answer?"
"I wouldn't tell you after this, if I were as innocent as the sweetest babe in heaven."
"Which you are not."
"Certainly I am not absolutely,"
she replied.
"I have not done what you suppose. But if to have done no harm at all is the only innocence recognized, I am beyond forgiveness. But I require no help from your conscience."
"You can resist and resist again. Instead of hating you, I could, I think, mourn for and pity you if you were contrite and would confess all. Forgive you I never can. I don't speak of your lover. I will give you the benefit of the doubt in that matter, for it only affects me personally. But the other, had you half killed me, had it been that you wilfully took the sight away from these feeble eyes of mine, I could have forgiven you. But that's too much for nature.
Say no more. I will do without your pity. But I would have saved you from uttering what you will regret.
I am going away now. I shall leave you.
You need not go, as I am going myself. You will keep just as far away from me by staying here.
Call her to mind. Think of her. What goodness there was in her. It showed in every line of her face. Most women, even when but slightly annoyed, show a flicker of evil in some curl of the mouth or some corner of the cheek. But as for her, never in her angriest moments was there anything malicious in her look. She was angered quickly, but she forgave just as readily, and underneath her pride there was the meekness of a child. What came of it? What cared you? You hated her just as she was learning to love you. Oh, couldn't you see what was best for you, but must bring a curse upon me and agony and death upon her by doing that cruel deed? What was the fellow's name who was keeping you company, and causing you to add cruelty to her to your wrong to me? Was it Wildeve? Was it poor Thomason's husband? Heaven, what wickedness! Lost your voice, have you? It is natural after detection of that most noble trick, Eustacia. Didn't any tender thought of your own mother lead you to think of being gentle to mine at such a time of weariness? Did not one grain of pity enter your heart as she turned away? Think what a vast opportunity was then lost of beginning a forgiving and honest course. Why did not you kick him out, and let her in, and say, I'll be an honest wife and a noble woman from this hour? Had I told you to go and quench eternally our last flickering chance of happiness here, you could have done no worse. Well, she's asleep now, and have you 100 gallants, neither they nor you can insult her any more.
You exaggerate fearfully,
she said in a faint, weary voice.
But I cannot enter into my defence. It is not worth doing. You are nothing to me in future, and the past side of the story may as well remain untold. I have lost all through you, but I have not complained. Your blunders and misfortunes may have been a sorrow to you, but they have been a wrong to me. All persons of refinement have been scared away from me since I sank into the mire of marriage. Is this your cherishing, to put me into a hut like this, and keep me like the wife of a hind? You deceived me, not by words, but by appearances, which are less seen through than words. But the place will serve as well as any other, as somewhere to pass from, into my grave.
Her words were smothered in her throat, and her head drooped down.
I don't know what you mean by that. Am I the cause of your sin?
Eustacia made a trembling motion towards him.
What? You can begin to shed tears and offer me your hand? Good God, can you? No, not I. I'll not commit the fault of taking that.
The hand she had offered dropped nervously, but the tears continued flowing.
Yes, I'll take it, if only for the sake of my own foolish kisses that were wasted there before I knew what I cherished. How bewitched I was! How could there be any good in a woman that everybody spoke ill of?
Oh, oh, oh!
she cried, breaking down at last, and, shaking with sobs which choked her, she sank upon her knees.
Oh, will you have done? Oh, you are too relentless. There's a limit to the cruelty of savages. I have held out long, but you crush me down. I beg for mercy. I cannot bear this any longer. It is inhuman to go further with this. If I had killed your mother with my own hand, I should not deserve such a scourging to the bone as this. Oh, oh, God, have mercy upon a miserable woman. You have beaten me in this game. I beg you to stay your hand in pity. I confess that I wilfully did not undo the door the first time she knocked, but I should have unfastened it the second, if I had not thought you had gone to do it yourself. When I found you had not, I opened it, but she was gone. That's the extent of my crime, towards her. Best natures commit bad faults sometimes, don't they? I think they do. Now I will leave you, for ever and ever.
Tell all, and I will pity you. Was the man in the house with you, Wildeve?
I cannot tell,
she said desperately through her sobbing.
Don't insist further. I cannot tell. I am going from this house. We cannot both stay here.
You need not go. I will go. You can stay here.
No, I will dress, and then I will go.
Where?
Where I came from, or elsewhere.
She hastily dressed herself, Yeobright moodily walking up and down the room the whole of the time. At last all her things were on. Her little hands quivered so violently, as she held them to her chin to fasten her bonnet, that she could not tie the strings, and after a few moments she relinquished the attempt. Seeing this, he moved forward and said,
Let me tie them.
She assented in silence, and lifted her chin. For once, at least in her life, she was totally oblivious of the charm of her attitude. But he was not, and he turned his eyes aside, that he might not be tempted to softness. The strings were tied. She turned from him.
Do you still prefer going away yourself to my leaving you?
He inquired again.
I do.
Very well. Let it be. And when you will confess to the man, I may pity you.
She flung her shawl about her and went downstairs, leaving him standing in the room. Eustacia had not long been gone when there came a knock at the door of the bedroom, and Yeobright said,
Well?
It was the servant, and she replied,
Somebody from Mrs. Wildieves have called to tell you that the missus and the baby are getting on wonderful well, and the baby's name is to be Eustacia Clementine.
And the girl retired.
What a mockery,
said Clem.
This unhappy marriage of mine to be perpetuated in that child's name.
End of Book 5, Chapter 3. Book 5, Chapter 4 of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5, The Discovery. Chapter 4, The Ministrations of a Half-Forgotten One. Eustacia's journey was at first as vague in direction as that of a thistledown on the wind. She did not know what to do. She wished it had been night instead of morning, that she might at least have borne her misery without the possibility of being seen. Tracing mile after mile along between the dying ferns and the wet white spiders' webs, she at length turned her steps towards her grandfather's house. She found the front door closed and locked. Mechanically she went round to the end where the stable was, and on looking in at the stable door, she saw Charlie standing within.
Captain Vi is not at home,
she said.
No, ma'am,
said the lad in a flutter of feeling.
He's gone to Weatherby, and won't be home till night. The servant has gone home for the holiday, so the house is locked up.
Eustacia's face was not visible to Charlie, as she stood at the doorway, her back being to the sky, and the stable but indifferently lighted. But the wildness of her manner arrested his attention. She turned and walked away across the enclosure to the gate, and was hidden by the bank. When she had disappeared, Charlie, with misgiving in his eyes, slowly came from the stable door, and going to another point in the bank, he looked over. Eustacia was leaning against it on the outside, her face covered with her hands, and her head pressing the dewy heather which bearded the bank's outer side. She appeared to be utterly indifferent to the circumstance that her bonnet, hair, and garments were becoming wet and disarranged by the moisture of her cold, harsh pillow. Clearly something was wrong. Charlie had always regarded Eustacia as Eustacia had regarded Clem when she first beheld him, as a romantic and sweet vision, scarcely incarnate. He had been so shut off from her by the dignity of her look and the pride of her speech, except that one blissful interval when he was allowed to hold her hand, that he had hardly deemed her a woman, wingless and earthly, subject to household conditions and domestic jars. The inner details of her life he had only conjectured. She had been a lovely wonder, predestined to an orbit in which the whole of his own was but a point. And this sight of her leaning like a helpless, despairing creature against a wild, wet bank filled him with an amazed horror. He could no longer remain where he was. Leaping over, he came up, touched her with his finger, and said tenderly,
"You are poorly, ma'am. What can I do for you?"
Eustacia started up and said,
Ah, Charlie, you have followed me. You did not think when I left home in the summer that I should come back like this.
"I did not, ma'am. Can I help you now?"
I am afraid not. I wish I could get into the house. I feel giddy, that's all.
"Lean on my arm, ma'am, till we get to the porch, and I will try to open the door."
He supported her to the porch, and there depositing her on a seat, hastened to the back, climbed to a window by the help of a ladder, and descending inside, opened the door. Next he assisted her into the room, where there was an old-fashioned horsehair settee as large as a donkey-wagon. She lay down here, and Charlie covered her with a cloak he found in the hall.
"Shall I get you something to eat and drink?"
he said.
If you please, Charlie. But I suppose there is no fire?
"I can light it, ma'am."
He vanished, and she heard a splitting of wood and a blowing of bellows, and presently he returned, saying,
"I have lighted a fire in the kitchen, and I'll light one here."
He lit the fire, Eustacia dreamily observing him from her couch. When it was blazing up, he said,
"Shall I wheel you round in front of it, ma'am, as the morning is so chilly?"
Yes, if you like.
"Shall I go and bring the victuals now?"
Yes, do.
she murmured languidly. When he had gone, and the dull sounds occasionally reached her ears of his movements in the kitchen, she forgot where she was, and had for a moment to consider by an effort what the sounds meant. After an interval which seemed short to her, whose thoughts were elsewhere, he came in with a tray, on which were steamed tea and toast, though it was nearly lunch-time.
Place it on the table,
she said.
I shall be ready soon.
He did so, and retired to the door. When, however, he perceived that she did not move, he came back a few steps.
"Let me hold it to you, if you don't want to get up,"
said Charlie. He brought the tray to the front of the couch, where he knelt down, adding,
"I will hold it for you."
Eustacia sat up and poured out a cup of tea.
You are very kind to me, Charlie,
she murmured as she sipped.
"Well, I ought to be,"
said he diffidently, taking great trouble not to rest his eyes upon her, though this was their only natural position, Eustacia being immediately before him.
"You have been very kind to me."
How have I?
said Eustacia.
"You let me hold your hand when you were a maiden at home."
Ah, so I did. Why did I do that? My mind is lost. It had to do with the mumming, had it not?
"Yes, you wanted to go to my place."
I remember. I do indeed remember. Too well.
She again became utterly downcast, and Charlie, seeing that she was not going to eat or drink any more, took away the tray. Afterwards he occasionally came in to see if the fire was burning, to ask her if she wanted anything, to tell her that the wind had shifted from south to west, to ask her if she would like him to gather her some blackberries, to all which inquiries she replied in the negative or with indifference. She remained on the settee some time longer, when she aroused herself and went upstairs. The room in which she had formerly slept still remained much as she had left it, and the recollection that this forced upon her of her own greatly changed and infinitely worsened situation again set on her face the undetermined and formless misery which it had worn on her first arrival. She peeped into her grandfather's room, through which the fresh autumn air was blowing from the open window. Her eye was arrested by what was a familiar sight enough, though it broke upon her now with a new significance. It was a brace of pistols hanging near the head of her grandfather's bed, which he always kept there loaded, as a precaution against possible burglars, the house being very lonely. Eustacia regarded them long, as if they were a page of a book in which she read a new and a strange matter. Quickly, like one afraid of herself, she returned downstairs and stood in deep thought.
If I could only do it,
she said.
It would be doing much good to myself and all connected with me, and no harm to a single one.
The idea seemed to gather force within her, and she remained in a fixed attitude nearly 10 minutes, when a certain finality was expressed in her gaze, and no longer the blankness of indecision. She turned and went up the second time, softly and stealthily now, and entered her grandfather's room, her eyes at once seeking the head of the bed. The pistols were gone. The instant quashing of her purpose by their absence affected her brain as a sudden vacuum affects the body. She nearly fainted. Who had done this? There was only one person on the premises besides herself. Eustacia involuntarily turned to the open window which overlooked the garden as far as the bank that bounded it. On the summit of the latter stood Charlie, sufficiently elevated by its height to see into the room. His gaze was directed eagerly and solicitously upon her. She went downstairs to the door and beckoned to him.
You have taken them away?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you do it?
Saw you were looking at them too long, ma'am.
What has that to do with it?
You've been heartbroken all morning, as if you don't want to live.
Well?
I could not bear to leave them in your way. There was meaning in your look at them.
Where are they now?
Locked up.
Where?
In the stable.
Give them to me.
No, ma'am.
You refuse.
I do. I care for you too much to give them up.
She turned aside, her face for the first time softening from the stony immobility of the earlier day, and the corners of her mouth resuming something of the delicacy of cut which was always lost in her moments of despair. At last she confronted him again.
Why should I not die if I wish? She said tremulously. I have made a bad bargain with life, and I am weary of it. Weary. And now you have hindered my escape. Oh, why did you, Charlie? What makes death painful, except the thought of others' grief? And that is absent in my case, for not a sigh would follow me.
Ah, it is trouble that has done this. I wish in my very soul he who had brought it about might die and rot, even if 'tis transportation to say it.
Charlie, no more of that. What do you mean to do about this you have seen?
Keep it close as night, if you promise not to think of it again.
You need not fear. The moment has passed. I promise.
She then went away, entered the house, and lay down. Later in the afternoon her grandfather returned. He was about to question her categorically, but on looking at her he withheld his words.
Yes, it is too bad to talk of.
She slowly returned in answer to his glance.
Can my old room be got ready for me tonight, grandfather? I shall want to occupy it again.
He did not ask what it all meant, or why she had left her husband, but ordered the room to be prepared. End of Book 5, Chapter 4. Book 5, Chapter 5 of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5, The Discovery. Chapter 5, An Old Move Inadvertently Repeated. Charlie's attentions to his former mistress were unbounded. The only solace to his own trouble lay in his attempts to relieve hers. Hour after hour he considered her wants. He thought of her presence there with a sort of gratitude, and, while uttering imprecations on the cause of her unhappiness, in some measure blessed the result. Perhaps she would always remain there, he thought, and then he would be as happy as he had been before. His dread was lest she should think fit to return to Alderworth, and in that dread his eyes, with all the inquisitiveness of affection, frequently sought her face when she was not observing him, as he would have watched the head of a stock-dove to learn if it contemplated flight. Having once really succoured her and possibly preserved her from the rashest of acts, he mentally assumed in addition a guardian's responsibility for her welfare. For this reason he busily endeavoured to provide her with pleasant distractions, bringing home curious objects which he found in the heath, such as white trumpet-shaped mosses, red-headed lichens, stone arrowheads used by the old tribes on Egdon, and faceted crystals from the hollows of flints. These he deposited on the premises in such positions that she should see them as if by accident. A week passed, Eustacia never going out of the house. Then she walked into the enclosed plot and looked through her grandfather's spy-glass, as she had been in the habit of doing before her marriage. One day she saw, at a place where the high road crossed the distant valley, a heavily laden wagon passing along. It was piled with household furniture. She looked again and again, and recognized it to be her own. In the evening her grandfather came indoors with a rumour that Yeobright had removed that day from Alderworth to the old house at Bloom's End. On another occasion, when reconnoitring thus, she beheld two female figures walking in the vale. The day was fine and clear, and the persons not being more than half a mile off, she could see their every detail with the telescope. The woman walking in front carried a white bundle in her arms, from one end of which hung a long appendage of drapery, and when the walkers turned, so that the sun fell more directly upon them, Eustacia could see that the object was a baby. She called Charlie and asked him if he knew who they were, though she well guessed.
Mrs. Wildeve and the nurse girl,
said Charlie.
The nurse is carrying the baby,
said Eustacia.
No, 'tis Mrs. Wildeve's carrying that,
he answered.
And the nurse walks behind carrying nothing.
The lad was in good spirits that day, for the 5th of November had again come round, and he was planning yet another scheme to divert her from her too absorbing thoughts. For 2 successive years his mistress had seemed to take pleasure in lighting a bonfire on the bank overlooking the valley, but this year she had apparently quite forgotten the day and customary deed. He was careful not to remind her, and went on with his secret preparations for a cheerful surprise, the more zealously that he had been absent last time and unable to assist. At every vacant minute he hastened to gather fir stumps, thorn-tree roots, and other solid materials from the adjacent slopes, hiding them from cursory view. The evening came, and Eustacia was still seemingly unconscious of the anniversary. She had gone indoors after her survey through the glass, and had not been visible since. As soon as it was quite dark, Charlie began to build the bonfire, choosing precisely that spot on the bank which Eustacia had chosen at previous times. When all the surrounding bonfires had burst into existence, Charlie kindled his, and arranged its fuel so that it should not require tending for some time. He then went back to the house, and lingered round the door and windows till she should by some means or other learn of his achievement and come out to witness it. But the shutters were closed, the door remained shut, and no heed whatever seemed to be taken of his performance. Not liking to call her, he went back and replenished the fire, continuing to do this for more than half an hour. It was not till his stock of fuel had greatly diminished that he went to the back door and sent in to beg that Mrs. Yeobright would open the window shutters and see the sight outside. Eustacia, who had been sitting listlessly in the parlour, started up at the intelligence and flung open the shutters. Facing her on the bank blazed a fire, which at once sent a ruddy glare into the room where she was, and overpowered the candles.
Well done, Charlie,
said Captain Vi from the chimney-corner.
but I hope it is not my wood that he's burning. It was this time last year that I met with that man Venn, bringing home Thomas and Yeobright. To be sure it was. Well, who would have thought that girl's troubles would have ended so well? What a snipe you were in that matter, Eustacia. Has your husband written to you yet?
No,
said Eustacia, looking vaguely through the window at the fire, which just then so much engaged her mind that she did not resent her grandfather's blunt opinion. She could see Charlie's form on the bank, shovelling and stirring the fire, and there flashed upon her imagination some other form which that fire might call up. She left the room, put on her garden bonnet and cloak, and went out. Reaching the bank, she looked over with a wild curiosity and misgiving, when Charlie said to her, with a pleased sense of himself,
"I made it on purpose for you, ma'am."
thank you,
she said hastily.
but I wish you to put it out now.
"It will soon burn down,"
said Charlie, rather disappointed.
"Is it not a pity to knock it out?"
I don't know.
She musingly answered. They stood in silence, broken only by the crackling of the flames, till Charlie, perceiving that she did not want to talk to him, moved reluctantly away. Eustacia remained within the bank looking at the fire, intending to go indoors, yet lingering still. Had she not by her situation been inclined to hold in indifference all things honoured of the gods and of men, she would probably have come away. But her state was so hopeless that she could play with it. To have lost is less disturbing than to wonder if we may possibly have won, and Eustacia could now, like other people at such a stage, take a standing point outside herself, observe herself as a disinterested spectator, and think what a sport for heaven this woman Eustacia was. While she stood, she heard a sound. It was the splash of a stone in the pond. Had Eustacia received the stone full in her bosom, her heart could not have given a more decided thump. She had thought of the possibility of such a signal in answer to that which had been unwittingly given by Charlie, but she had not expected it yet. How prompt Wild Eve was! Yet how could he think her capable of deliberately wishing to renew their assignations now? An impulse to leave the spot, a desire to stay, struggled within her, and the desire held its own. More than that it did not do, for she refrained even from ascending the bank and looking over. She remained motionless, not disturbing a muscle of her face or raising her eyes, for were she to turn up her face, the fire on the bank might shine upon it, and Wild Eve might be looking down. There was a second splash into the pond. Why did he stay so long without advancing and looking over? Curiosity had its way. She ascended one or two of the earth steps in the bank and glanced out. Wild Eve was before her. He had come forward after throwing the last pebble, and the fire now shone into each other's faces from the bank, stretching breast-high between them.
I did not light it,
cried Eustacia quickly.
It was lit without my knowledge. Don't come over to me.
Why have you been living here all these days without telling me? You have left your home. I fear I am something to blame in this.
I did not let in his mother. That's how it is.
You do not deserve what you have got, Eustacia. You are in great misery. I see it in your eyes, your mouth, and all over you, my poor, poor girl.
He stepped over the bank.
You are beyond everything unhappy.
No, not exactly.
It has been pushed too far. It is killing you. I do think it.
Her usually quiet breathing had grown quicker with his words.
I...
she began, and then burst into quivering sobs, shaken to the very heart by the unexpected voice of pity, a sentiment whose existence in relation to herself she had almost forgotten. This outbreak of weeping took Eustacia herself so much by surprise that she could not leave off, and she turned aside from him in some shame, though turning hid nothing from him. She sobbed on desperately. Then the outpour lessened, and she became quieter. Wild Eve had resisted the impulse to clasp her, and stood without speaking.
Are you not ashamed of me, who used never to be a crying animal?
She asked in a weak whisper as she wiped her eyes.
Why didn't you go away? I wish you had not seen quite all that. It reveals too much by half.
You might have wished it, because it makes me as sad as you,
he said with emotion and deference.
As for revealing, the word is impossible between us two.
I did not send for you. Don't forget it, Damon. I am in pain, but I did not send for you. As a wife, at least, I've been straight.
Never mind, I came. Oh, Eustacia, forgive me for the harm I have done you in these past 2 years. I see more and more that I have been your ruin.
Not you. This place I live in.
Ah, your generosity may naturally make you say that, but I am the culprit. I should either have done more or nothing at all.
In what way?
I ought never to have hunted you out, or, having done it, I ought to have persisted in retaining you. But of course I have no right to talk of that now. I will only ask this. Can I do anything for you? Is there anything on the face of the earth that a man can do to make you happier than you are at present? If there is, I will do it. You may command me, Eustacia, to the limit of my influence. And don't forget that I am richer now. Surely something can be done to save you from this. Such a rare plant in such a wild place, it grieves me to see. Do you want anything bought? Do you want to go anywhere? Do you want to escape the place altogether? Only say it, and I'll do anything to put an end to those tears, which but for me would never have been at all."
We are each married to another person,
she said faintly.
and assistance from you would have an evil sound after.
Well, there's no preventing slanderers from having their fill at any time, but you need not be afraid. Whatever I may feel, I promise you on my word of honour never to speak to you about, or act upon, until you say I may. I know my duty to Thomasin quite as well as I know my duty to you as a woman unfairly treated. What shall I assist you
In getting away from here.
Where do you wish to go?
I have a place in my mind. If you could help me as far as Budmouth, I can do all the rest. Steamers sail from there across the Channel, and so I can get to Paris, where I want to be. Yes,
she pleaded earnestly.
Help me to get to Budmouth harbour without my grandfather's or my husband's knowledge, and I can do the rest.
Will it be safe to leave you there alone?
Yes, I know Budmouth well.
Shall I go with you? I am rich now.
She was silent.
Say yes, sweet.
She was silent still.
Well, let me know when you wish to go. We shall be at our present house till December. After that we remove to Casterbridge. Command me in anything till that time.
I will think of this,
she said hurriedly.
Whether I can honestly make use of you as a friend, or must close with you as a lover, that is what I must ask myself. If I wish to go and decide to accept your company, I will signal to you some evening at 8 o'clock, punctually, and this will mean that you are to be ready with a horse and trap at 12 o'clock the same night to drive me to Budmouth harbour, in time for the morning boat.
I will look out every night at 8, and no signal shall escape me.
Now please go away. If I decide on this escape, I can only meet you once more unless... I cannot go without you. Go! I cannot bear it longer. Go! Go!
Wildif slowly went up the steps and descended into the darkness on the other side, and as he walked he glanced back, till the bank blotted out her form from his further view. End of Book 5, Chapter 5. Book 5, Chapter 6 of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5, The Discovery. Chapter 6. Thomasin argues with her cousin, and he writes a letter. Yeobright was at this time at Bloom's End, hoping that Eustacia would return to him. The removal of furniture had been accomplished only that day, though Clem had lived in the old house for more than a week. He had spent the time in working about the premises, sweeping leaves from the garden paths, cutting dead stalks from the flower beds, and nailing up creepers which had been displaced by the autumn winds. He took no particular pleasure in these deeds, but they formed a screen between himself and despair. Moreover, it had become a religion with him to preserve in good condition all that had lapsed from his mother's hands to his own. During these operations he was constantly on the watch for Eustacia. That there should be no mistake about her knowing where to find him, he had ordered a notice-board to be affixed to the garden gate at Alderworth, signifying in white letters whither he had removed. When a leaf floated to the earth he turned his head, thinking it might be her footfall. A bird searching for worms in the mould of the flower-beds sounded like her hand on the latch of the gate, and at dusk, when soft strange ventriloquisms came from holes in the ground, hollow stalks, curled dead leaves, and other crannies wherein breezes, worms, and insects can work their will, he fancied that they were Eustacia, standing without and breathing wishes of reconciliation. Up to this hour he had persevered in his resolve not to invite her back. At the same time, the severity with which he had treated her lulled the sharpness of his regret for his mother, and awoke some of his old solicitude for his mother's supplanter. Harsh feelings produce harsh usage, and this, by reaction, quenches the sentiments that give it birth. The more he reflected, the more he softened. But to look upon his wife as innocent in distress was impossible, though he could ask himself whether he had given her quite time enough, if he had not come a little too suddenly upon her on that sombre morning. Now that the first flush of his anger had paled, he was disinclined to ascribe to her more than an indiscreet friendship with Wildeve, for there had not appeared in her manner the signs of dishonour. And this once admitted, an absolutely dark interpretation of her act towards his mother was no longer forced upon him. On the evening of the 5th of November his thoughts of Eustacia were intense. Echoes from those past times when they had exchanged tender words all the day long came like the diffused murmur of a seashore left miles behind.
"Surely,"
he said,
"she might have brought herself to communicate with me before now, and confess honestly what Wildeve was to her."
Instead of remaining at home that night, he determined to go and see Thomasin and her husband. If he found opportunity, he would allude to the cause of the separation between Eustacia and himself, keeping silent, however, on the fact that there was a third person in his house when his mother was turned away. If it proved that Wildeve was innocently there, he would doubtless openly mention it. If he were there with unjust intentions, Wildeve, being a man of quick feeling, might possibly say something to reveal the extent to which Eustacia was compromised. But on reaching his cousin's house he found that only Thomasin was at home, Wildeve being at that time on his way towards the bonfire innocently lit by Charley at Mistover. Thomasin then, as always, was glad to see Clym, and took him to inspect the sleeping baby, carefully screening the candlelight from the infant's eyes with her hand.
"Tamsin, have you heard that Eustacia is not with me now?"
he said, when they had sat down again.
"No,"
said Thomasin, alarmed.
"And not that I have left Alderworth?"
"No, I never hear tidings from Alderworth unless you bring them. What is the matter?"
Clym, in a disturbed voice, related to her his visit to Susan Nonsuch's boy, the revelation he had made, and what had resulted from his charging Eustacia with having wilfully and heartlessly done the deed. He suppressed all mention of Wilde's presence with her.
"All this, and I not knowing it?"
murmured Thomasin in an awe-struck tone.
"Terrible! What could have made her? Oh, Eustacia! And when you found out, you went in hot haste to her? Were you too cruel? Or is she really so wicked as she seems?"
"Can a man be too cruel to his mother's enemy?"
"I can fancy so."
"Very well, then. I'll admit that he can. But now what is to be done?"
"Make it up again, if a quarrel so deadly can ever be made up. I almost wish you had not told me. But do try to be reconciled. There are ways, after all, if you both wish to."
"I don't know that we do both wish to make it up,"
said Clym.
"If she had wished it, would she not have sent to me by this time?"
"You seem to wish to, and yet you have not sent to her."
"True, but I have been tossed to and fro in doubt if I ought, after such strong provocation. To see me now, Thomasin, gives you no idea of what I have been, of what depths I have descended to in these few last days. Oh, it was a bitter shame to shut out my mother like that. Can I ever forget it, or even agree to see her again?"
"She might not have known that anything serious would come of it, and perhaps she did not mean to keep Aunt out altogether."
"She says herself that she did not, but the fact remains that keep her out she did."
"Believe her sorry, and send for her."
"How, if she will not come?"
"It will prove her guilty, by showing that it is her habit to nourish enmity. But I do not think that for a moment."
"I will do this. I will wait for a day or two longer, not longer than 2 days certainly, and if she does not send to me in that time, I will indeed send to her. I thought to have seen Wildeve here to-night. Is he from home?"
Thomasin blushed a little.
"No,"
she said.
"He's merely gone out for a walk."
"Why didn't he take you with him? The evening is fine. You want fresh air as well as he."
"Oh, I don't care for going anywhere. Besides, there is baby."
"Yes, yes. Well, I have been thinking whether I should not consult your husband about this as well as you,"
said Clym steadily.
"I fancy I would not,"
she quickly answered.
"It can do no good."
Her cousin looked her in the face. No doubt Thomasin was ignorant that her husband had any share in the events of that tragic afternoon, but her countenance seemed to signify that she concealed some suspicion or thought of the reputed tender relations between Wildeve and Eustacia in days gone by. Clem, however, could make nothing of it, and he rose to depart, more in doubt than when he came.
"You will write to her in a day or two?"
said the young woman earnestly.
"I do so hope the wretched separation may come to an end."
I will,
said Clem.
I don't rejoice in my present state at all.
And he left her, and climbed over the hill to Bloom's End. Before going to bed, he sat down and wrote the following letter.
My dear Eustacia, I must obey my heart without consulting my reason too closely. Will you come back to me? Do so, and the past shall never be mentioned. I was too severe. But oh, Eustacia, the provocation! You don't know, you never will know, what those words of anger cost me which you drew down upon yourself. All that an honest man can promise you, I promise now, which is that from me you shall never suffer anything on this score again. After all the vows we have made, Eustacia, I think we had better pass the remainder of our lives in trying to keep them. Come to me, then, even if you reproach me. I have thought of your sufferings that morning on which I parted from you. I know they were genuine, and they are as much as you ought to bear. Our love must still continue. Such hearts as ours would never have been given us but to be concerned with each other. I could not ask you back at first, Eustacia, for I was unable to persuade myself that he who was with you was not there as a lover. But if you will come and explain distracting appearances, I do not question that you can show your honesty to me. Why have you not come before? Do you think I will not listen to you? Surely not, when you remember the kisses and vows we exchanged under the summer moon. Return, then, and you shall be warmly welcomed. I can no longer think of you to your prejudice. I am but too much absorbed in justifying you. Your husband, as ever, Clem. There,
he said, as he laid it in his desk.
That's a good thing done. If she does not come before tomorrow night, I will send it to her.
Meanwhile, at the house he had just left, Thomasin sat sighing uneasily. Fidelity to her husband had that evening induced her to conceal all suspicion that Wildeve's interest in Eustacia had not ended with his marriage. But she knew nothing positive, and though Clem was her well-behaved cousin, there was no one nearer to her still. When, a little later, Wildeve returned from his walk to Mistover, Thomasin said,
"Damon, where have you been? I was getting quite frightened and thought you had fallen into the river. I dislike being in the house by myself."
"Frightened?"
he said, touching her cheek as if she were some domestic animal.
"Why, I thought nothing could frighten you. It is that you are getting proud, I'm sure, and don't like living here since we have risen above our business. Well, it is a tedious matter, this getting a new house, but I couldn't have set about it sooner, unless our £10,000 had been 100,000, when we could have afforded to despise caution."
"No, I don't mind waiting. I would rather stay here 12 months longer than run any risk with baby. But I don't like your vanishing so in the evenings. There's something on your mind, I know there is, Damon. You go about so gloomily, and look at the heath as if it were somebody's jail instead of a nice wild place to walk in."
He looked towards her with pitying surprise.
"What, do you like Egdon Heath?"
he said.
"I like that I was born near to. I admire its grim old face."
"Pooh, my dear, you don't know what you like."
"I am sure I do. There's only one thing unpleasant about Egdon."
"What's that?"
"You never take me with you when you walk there. Why do you wander so much in it yourself if you so dislike it?"
The inquiry, though a simple one, was plainly disconcerting, and he sat down before replying.
"I don't think you often see me there. Give an instance."
"I will,"
she answered triumphantly.
"When you went out this evening, I thought that as baby was asleep, I would see where you were going to so mysteriously without telling me. So I ran out and followed behind you. You stopped at the place where the road forks, looked round at the bonfires, and then said, Damn it, I'll go. And you went quickly up the left-hand road. Then I stood and watched you.
Wildeve frowned, afterwards saying, with a forced smile,
Well, what wonderful discovery did you make?
There. Now you are angry, and we won't talk of this any more.
She went across to him, sat on a footstool, and looked up in his face.
Nonsense,
he said.
That's how you always back out. We will go on with it now we've begun. What did you next see? I particularly want to know.
Don't be like that, Damon,
she murmured.
I didn't see anything. You vanished out of sight, and then I looked round at the bonfires and came in.
Perhaps this is not the only time you've dogged my steps. Are you trying to find out something bad about me?
Not at all. I have never done such a thing before, and I shouldn't have done it now if words had not sometimes been dropped about you.
What do you mean?
He impatiently asked.
They say you used to go to Alderworth in the evenings, and it puts into my mind what I have heard about.
Wildeve turned angrily and stood up in front of her.
Now,
he said, flourishing his hand in the air.
Just out with it, madam. I demand to know what remarks you have heard.
Well, I heard that you used to be very fond of Eustacia. Nothing more than that, though dropped in a bit-by-bit way. You ought not to be angry.
He observed that her eyes were brimming with tears.
Well,
he said,
there is nothing new in that. And of course I don't mean to be rough towards you, so you need not cry. Now don't let us speak of the subject any more.
And no more was said, Thomasin being glad enough of a reason for not mentioning Clem's visit to her that evening, and his story. End of Book 5, Chapter 6. Book 5, Chapter 7 of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5, The Discovery. Chapter 7, The Night of the 6th of November. Having resolved on flight, Eustacia at times seemed anxious that something should happen to thwart her own intention. The only event that could really change her position was the appearance of Clem. The glory which had encircled him as her lover was departed now, yet some good simple quality of his would occasionally return to her memory and stir a momentary throb of hope that he would again present himself before her. But, calmly considered, it was not likely that such a severance as now existed would ever close up. She would have to live on as a painful object, isolated and out of place. She had used to think of the heath alone as an uncongenial spot to be in. She felt now of the whole world. Towards evening on the 6th, her determination to go away again revived. About 4 o'clock she packed up anew the few small articles she had brought in her flight from Alderworth, and also some belonging to her which had been left here. The whole formed a bundle not too large to be carried in her hand for a distance of a mile or two. The scene without grew darker. Mud-coloured clouds bellied downwards from the sky like vast hammocks slung across it, and with the increase of night a stormy wind arose. But as yet there was no rain. Eustacia could not rest indoors, having nothing more to do, and she wandered to and fro on the hill, not far from the house she was soon to leave. In these desultory ramblings she passed the cottage of Susan Nonsuch, a little lower down than her grandfather's. The door was ajar, and a riband of bright firelight fell over the ground without. As Eustacia crossed the fire-beams, she appeared for an instant as distinct as a figure in a phantasmagoria, a creature of light surrounded by an area of darkness. The moment passed, and she was absorbed in night again. A woman who was sitting inside the cottage had seen and recognized her in that momentary irradiation. This was Susan herself, occupied in preparing a posset for her little boy, who, often ailing, was now seriously unwell. Susan dropped the spoon, shook her fist at the vanished figure, and then proceeded with her work in a musing, absent way. At 8 o'clock, the hour at which Eustacia had promised to signal Wild Eve if ever she signalled at all, she looked round the premises to learn if the coast was clear, went to the furze rick, and pulled thence a long-stemmed bough of that fuel. This she carried to the corner of the bank, and glancing behind to see if the shutters were all closed, she struck a light and kindled the furze. When it was thoroughly ablaze, Eustacia took it by the stem and waved it in the air above her head till it had burned itself out. She was gratified, if gratification were possible to such a mood, by seeing a similar light in the vicinity of Wild Eve's residence a minute or two later. Having agreed to keep watch at this hour every night, in case she should require assistance, this promptness proved how strictly he had held to his word. 4 hours after the present time, that is, at midnight, he was to be ready to drive her to Budmouth, as prearranged. Eustacia returned to the house. Supper having been got over, she retired early, and sat in her bedroom, waiting for the time to go by. The night being dark and threatening, Captain Vi had not strolled out to gossip in any cottage or to call at the inn, as was sometimes his custom on these long autumn nights, and he sat sipping grog alone downstairs. About 10 o'clock there was a knock at the door. When the servant opened it, the rays of the candle fell upon the form of Fairway.
"I was forced to go to Lower Mistover tonight,"
he said,
"and Mr. Yobrat asked me to leave this here on my way, but, faith, I put it in the lining of my hat and thought no more about it till I got back and was hasping my gate before going to bed. So I have run back with it at once."
He handed in a letter and went his way. The girl brought it to the captain, who found that it was directed to Eustacia. He turned it over and over, and fancied that the writing was her husband's, though he could not be sure. However, he decided to let her have it at once, if possible, and took it upstairs for that purpose. But on reaching the door of her room, and looking in at the keyhole, he found there was no light within, the fact being that Eustacia, without undressing, had flung herself upon the bed to rest and gather a little strength for her coming journey. Her grandfather concluded from what he saw that he ought not to disturb her, and, descending again to the parlour, he placed the letter on the mantelpiece to give it to her in the morning. At 11 o'clock he went to bed himself, smoked for some time in his bedroom, put out his light at 11:30, and then, as was his invariable custom, pulled up the blind before getting into bed, that he might see which way the wind blew on opening his eyes in the morning, his bedroom window commanding a view of the flagstaff and vane. Just as he had lain down, he was surprised to observe the white pole of the staff flash into existence like a streak of phosphorus drawn downwards across the shade of night without. Only one explanation meant this. A light had been suddenly thrown upon the pole from the direction of the house. As everybody had retired to rest, the old man felt it necessary to get out of bed, open the window softly, and look to the right and left. Eustacia's bedroom was lighted up, and it was the shine from her window which had lighted the pole. Wondering what had aroused her, he remained undecided at the window, and was thinking of fetching the letter to slip it under her door, when he heard a slight brushing of garments on the partition dividing his room from the passage. The captain concluded that Eustacia, feeling wakeful, had gone for a book, and would have dismissed the matter as unimportant if he had not also heard her distinctly weeping as she passed.
"She is thinking of that husband of hers,"
he said to himself.
"Ah, the silly goose. She had no business to marry him. I wonder if that letter is really his."
He arose, threw his boat cloak round him, opened the door, and said,
"Eustacia."
There was no answer.
"Eustacia,"
he repeated louder.
"there is a letter on the mantelpiece for you."
But no response was made to this statement save an imaginary one from the wind, which seemed to gnaw at the corners of the house, and the stroke of a few drops of rain upon the windows. He went on to the landing, and stood waiting nearly 5 minutes. Still she did not return. He went back for a light and prepared to follow her. But first he looked into her bedroom. There, on the outside of the quilt, was the impression of her form, showing that the bed had not been opened, and, what was more significant, she had not taken her candlestick downstairs. He was now thoroughly alarmed, and hastily putting on his clothes, he descended to the front door, which he himself had bolted and locked. It was now unfastened. There was no longer any doubt that Eustacia had left the house at this midnight hour, and whither could she have gone? To follow her was almost impossible. Had the dwelling stood in an ordinary road, two persons setting out, one in each direction, might have made sure of overtaking her. But it was a hopeless task to seek for anybody on a heath in the dark, the practicable directions for flight across it from any point being as numerous as the meridians radiating from the pole. Perplexed what to do, he looked into the parlour, and was vexed to find that the letter still lay there untouched. At 11:30, finding that the house was silent, Eustacia had lighted her candle, put on some warm outer wrappings, taken her bag in her hand, and extinguishing the light again, descended the staircase. When she got into the outer air, she found that it had begun to rain, and as she stood pausing at the door, it increased, threatening to come on heavily. But having committed herself to this line of action, there was no retreating for bad weather. Even the receipt of Klim's letter would not have stopped her now. The gloom of the night was funereal. All nature seemed clothed in crape. The spiky points of the fir trees behind the house rose into the sky like the turrets and pinnacles of an abbey. Nothing below the horizon was visible save a light which was still burning in the cottage of Susan Nonsuch. Eustacia opened her umbrella and went out from the enclosure by the steps over the bank, after which she was beyond all danger of being perceived. Skirting the pool, she followed the path towards Rainbarrow, occasionally stumbling over twisted furze roots, tufts of rushes, or oozing lumps of fleshy fungi, which at this season lay scattered about the heath like the rotten liver and lungs of some colossal animal. The moon and stars were closed up by cloud and rain to the degree of extinction. It was a night which led the traveller's thoughts instinctively to dwell on nocturnal scenes of disaster in the chronicles of the world, on all that is terrible and dark in history and legend, the last plague of Egypt, the destruction of Sennacherib's host, the agony in Gethsemane. Eustacia at length reached Rainbarrow, and stood still there to think. Never was harmony more perfect than that between the chaos of her mind and the chaos of the world without. A sudden recollection had flashed on her this moment. She had not money enough for undertaking a long journey. Amid the fluctuating sentiments of the day, her unpractical mind had not dwelt on the necessity of being well provided, and now that she thoroughly realized the conditions, she sighed bitterly and ceased to stand erect, gradually crouching down under the umbrella as if it were drawn into the barrow by a hand from beneath. Could it be that she was to remain a captive still? Money. She had never felt its value before. Even to efface herself from the country, means were required. To ask Wildeve for pecuniary aid without allowing him to accompany her was impossible to a woman with a shadow of pride left in her. To fly as his mistress, and she knew that he loved her, was of the nature of humiliation. Any one who stood by now would have pitied her, not so much on account of her exposure to weather and isolation from all of humanity except the moulded remains inside the tumulus, but for that other form of misery which was denoted by the slightly rocking movement that her feelings imparted to her person. Extreme unhappiness weighed visibly upon her. Between the drippings of the rain from her umbrella to her mantle, from her mantle to the heather, from the heather to the earth, very similar sounds could be heard coming from her lips, and the tearfulness of the outer scene was repeated upon her face. The wings of her soul were broken by the cruel obstructiveness of all about her, and even had she seen herself in a promising way of getting to Budmouth, entering a steamer, and sailing to some opposite port, she would have been but little more buoyant, so fearfully malignant were other things. She uttered words aloud. When a woman in such a situation, neither old, deaf, crazed, nor whimsical, takes upon herself to sob and soliloquize aloud, there is something grievous the matter.
"Can I go? Can I go?"
she moaned.
"He's not great enough for me to give myself to. He does not suffice for my desire. If he had been a Saul or a Bonaparte! Ah, but to break my marriage vow for him! It is too poor a luxury. And I have no money to go alone. And if I could, what comfort to me? I must drag on next year, as I have dragged on this year, and the year after that, as before. How I have tried and tried to be a splendid woman, and how destiny has been against me! I do not deserve my lot,"
she cried in a frenzy of bitter revolt.
"Oh, the cruelty of putting me into this ill-conceived world! I was capable of much, but I have been injured and blighted and crushed by things beyond my control. Oh, how hard it is of heaven to devise such tortures for me, who have done no harm to heaven at all."
The distant light which Eustacia had cursorily observed in leaving the house came, as she had divined, from the cottage window of Susan Nonsuch. What Eustacia did not divine was the occupation of the woman within at that moment. Susan's sight of her passing figure earlier in the evening, not 5 minutes after the sick boy's exclamation,
"Mother, I feel so bad,"
persuaded the matron that an evil influence was certainly exercised by Eustacia's propinquity. On this account Susan did not go to bed as soon as the evening's work was over, as she would have done at ordinary times. To counteract the malign spell which she imagined poor Eustacia to be working, the boy's mother busied herself with a ghastly invention of superstition, calculated to bring powerlessness, atrophy, and annihilation on any human being against whom it was directed. It was a practice well known on Egnon at that date, and one that is not quite extinct at the present day. She passed with her candle into an inner room, where, among other utensils, were 2 large brown pans, containing together perhaps 100 cwt. Of liquid honey, the produce of the bees during the foregoing summer. On a shelf over the pans was a smooth and solid yellow mass of a hemispherical form, consisting of beeswax from the same take of honey. Susan took down the lump, and cutting off several thin slices, heaped them in an iron ladle, with which she returned to the living-room, and placed the vessel in the hot ashes of the fireplace. As soon as the wax had softened to the plasticity of dough, she kneaded the pieces together, and now her face became more intent. She began moulding the wax, and it was evident from her manner of manipulation that she was endeavoring to give it some preconceived form. The form was human. By warming and kneading, cutting and twisting, dismembering and rejoining, the incipient image she had in about 1/4 of an hour produced a shape which tolerably well resembled a woman, and was about 6 inches high. Meanwhile she took the candle and went upstairs to where the little boy was lying.
Did you notice, my dear, what Mrs. Eustacia wore this afternoon besides the dark dress?
"A red ribbon round her neck."
Anything else?
"No, except sandal shoes."
A red ribbon and sandal shoes,
she said to herself. Mrs. Nonsuch went and searched till she found a fragment of the narrowest red ribbon, which she took downstairs and tied round the neck of the image. Then, fetching ink and a quilt from the rickety bureau by the window, she blackened the feet of the image to the extent presumably covered by shoes, and on the instep of each foot marked cross-lines in the shape taken by the sandal-strings of those days. Finally she tied a bit of black thread round the upper part of the head, in faint resemblance to a snood worn for confining the hair. Susan held the object at arm's length, and contemplated it with a satisfaction in which there was no smile. To anybody acquainted with the inhabitants of Egdon Heath, the image would have suggested Eustacia Yeobright. From her work-basket in the window-seat, the woman took a paper of pins, of the old long and yellow sort, whose heads were disposed to come off at their first usage. These she began to thrust into the image in all directions, with apparently excruciating energy. Probably as many as 50 were thus inserted, some into the head of the wax model, some into the shoulders, some into the trunk, some upwards through the scales of the feet, till the figure was completely permeated with pins. She turned to the fire. It had been of turf, and though the high heap of ashes which turf fires produce was somewhat dark and dead on the outside, upon raking it abroad with the shovel, the inside of the mass showed a glow of red heat. She took a few pieces of fresh turf from the chimney corner and built them together over the glow, upon which the fire brightened. Seizing with the tongs the image that she had made of Eustacia, she held it in the heat, and watched it as it began to waste slowly away. And while she stood thus engaged, there came from beneath her lips a murmur of words. It was a strange jargon, the Lord's Prayer repeated backwards, the incantation usual in proceedings for obtaining unhallowed assistance against an enemy. Susan uttered the lugubrious discourse 3 times slowly, and when it was completed, the image had considerably diminished. As the wax dropped into the fire, a long flame arose from the spot, and curling its tongue round the figure, ate still further into its substance. A pin occasionally dropped with the wax, and the embers heated it red as it lay. End of Book 5, Chapter 7. Book 5, Chapter 8 of The Return of the Native, by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5, The Discovery. Chapter 8, Rain, Darkness, and Anxious Wanderers. While the effigy of Eustacia was melting to nothing, and the fair woman herself was standing on Rain-Barrow, her soul in an abyss of desolation seldom plumbed by one so young, Yeobright sat lonely at Bloom's End. He had fulfilled his word to Thomason by sending off Fairway with a letter to his wife, and now waited with increased impatience for some sound or signal of her return. Were Eustacia still at Mistover, the very least he expected was that she would send him back a reply to-night by the same hand, though, to leave all to her inclination, he had cautioned Fairway not to ask for an answer. If one were handed to him, he was to bring it immediately. If not, he was to go straight home without troubling to come round to Bloom's End again that night. But secretly Clem had a more pleasing hope. Eustacia might possibly decline to use her pen, it was rather her way to work silently, and surprise him by appearing at his door. How fully her mind was made up to do otherwise, he did not know. To Clem's regret, it began to rain and blow hard as the evening advanced. The wind rasped and scraped at the corners of the house, and filliped the eavesdroppings like peas against the panes. He walked restlessly about the untenanted rooms, stopping strange noises in windows and doors by jamming splinters of wood into the casements and crevices, and passing together the leadwork of the quarries where it had become loosened from the glass. It was one of those nights when cracks in the walls of old churches widen, when ancient stains on the ceilings of decayed manor-houses are renewed and enlarged from the size of a man's hand to an area of many feet. The little gate in the palings before his dwelling continually opened and clicked together again, but when he looked out eagerly, nobody was there. It was as if invisible shapes of the dead were passing in on their way to visit him. Between 10 and 11 o'clock, finding that neither Fairway nor anybody else came to him, he retired to rest, and despite his anxieties soon fell asleep. His sleep, however, was not very sound, by reason of the expectancy he had given way to, and he was easily awakened by a knocking which began at the door about an hour after. Clem arose and looked out of the window. Rain was still falling heavily, the whole expanse of heath before him emitting a subdued hiss under the downpour. It was too dark to see anything at all.
Who's there?"
he cried. Light footsteps shifted their position in the porch, and he could just distinguish in a plaintive female voice the words,
"Oh, Clem, come down and let me in."
He flushed hot with agitation.
"Surely it is Eustacia,"
he murmured. If so, she had indeed come to him unawares. He hastily got a light, dressed himself, and went down. On his flinging open the door, the rays of the candle fell upon a woman closely wrapped up, who at once came forward.
"Thomason!"
he exclaimed, in an indescribable tone of disappointment.
"It is Thomason, and on such a night as this. Oh, where is Eustacia?"
Thomason it was, wet, frightened, and panting.
"Eustacia? I don't know, Clem, but I can think,"
she said with much perturbation.
"Let me come in and rest, and I will explain this. There is a great trouble brewing, my husband and Eustacia."
"What? What?"
"I think my husband is going to leave me, or do something dreadful, I don't know what. Clem, will you go and see? I have nobody to help me but you. Eustacia has not yet come home?"
"No,"
she went on breathlessly.
"Then they are going to run off together. He came indoors to-night about 8 o'clock and said in an offhand way, 'Tamsy, I have just found that I must go a journey.' 'When?' I said. 'To-night,' he said. 'Where?' I asked him. 'I cannot tell you at present,' he said. 'I shall be back again to-morrow.' He then went and busied himself in looking up his things, and took no notice of me at all. I expected to see him start, but he did not, and then it came to be 10 o'clock, when he said, 'You had better go to bed.' I didn't know what to do, and I went to bed. I believe he thought I fell asleep, for half an hour after that he came up and unlocked the oak chest we keep money in when we have much in the house, and took out a roll of something, which I believe was bank notes, though I was not aware that he had them there. These he must have got from the bank when he went there the other day. What does he want bank notes for, if he is only going off for a day? When he had gone down, I thought of Eustacia and how he had met her the night before. I know he did meet her, Clem, for I followed him part of the way. But I did not like to tell you when you called, and so make you think ill of him, as I did not think it was so serious. Then I could not stay in bed. I got up and dressed myself, and when I heard him out in the stable, I thought I would come and tell you. So I came downstairs without any noise and slipped out."
"Then he was not absolutely gone when you left?"
"No. Will you, dear cousin Clem, go and try to persuade him not to go? He takes no notice of what I say, and puts me off with the story of his going on a journey, and will be home to-morrow, and all that. But I don't believe it. I think you could influence him."
"I'll go,"
said Clem.
"Oh, Eustacia!"
Thomason carried in her arms a large bundle, and having by this time seated herself, she began to unroll it, when a baby appeared as the kernel to the husks, dry, warm, and unconscious of travel or rough weather. Thomason briefly kissed the baby, and then found time to begin crying, as she said,
"I brought baby, for I was afraid what might happen to her. I suppose it will be her death, but I couldn't leave her with Rachel."
Clem hastily put together the logs on the hearth, raked abroad the embers, which were scarcely yet extinct, and blew up a flame with the bellows.
"Dry yourself,"
he said.
"I'll go and get some more wood."
"No, no, don't stay for that. I'll make up the fire. Will you go at once? Please, will you?"
Yeobright ran upstairs to finish dressing himself. While he was gone, another rapping came to the door. This time there was no delusion that it might be Eustacia's. The footsteps just preceding it had been heavy and slow. Yeobright, thinking it might possibly be Fairway with a note in answer, descended again and opened the door.
"Captain Vi,"
he said to a dripping figure.
"Is my granddaughter here?"
said the captain.
"No."
"Then where is she?"
"I don't know."
"But you ought to know. You are her husband."
"Only in name, apparently,"
said Clem with rising excitement.
"Well, she has left my house. She left about half an hour ago. Who's sitting there?"
"My cousin Thomason."
The captain bowed in a preoccupied way to her.
"I only hope it is no worse than an elopement,"
he said.
"Worse? What's worse than the worst a wife can do?"
"Well, I have been told a strange tale. Before starting in search of her, I called up Charlie, my stable lad. I missed my pistols the other day."
"Pistols?"
"He said at the time that he took them down to clean. He has now owned that he took them because he saw Eustacia looking curiously at them, and she afterwards owned to him that she was thinking of taking her life, but bound him to secrecy, and promised never to think of such a thing again. I hardly suppose she will ever have bravado enough to use one of them, but it shows what has been lurking in her mind, and people who think of that sort of thing once think of it again.
Where are the pistols?
Safely locked up. Oh, no, she won't touch them again. But there are more ways of letting out life than through a bullet hole. What did you quarrel about so bitterly with her to drive her to all this? You must have treated her very badly indeed. Well, I was always against the marriage, and I was right.
Are you going with me?
Said Yeobright, paying no attention to the captain's latter remark.
If so, I can tell you what we quarrelled about as we walk along.
Where to?
To Wildhaves. That was our destination, depend upon it.
Thomason here broke in, still weeping.
He said he was only going on a sudden short journey, but if so, why did he want so much money? Oh, Clem, what do you think will happen? I am afraid that you, my poor baby, will soon have no father left to you.
I'm off now,
said Yeobright, stepping into the porch.
I would fain go with thee,
said the old man doubtfully.
but I begin to be afraid that my legs will hardly carry me there such a night as this. I am not so young as I was. If they are interrupted in their flight, she will be sure to come back to me, and I ought to be at the house to receive her. But be it as 'twill, I can't walk to the quiet woman, and that's an end on it. I'll go straight home.
It will perhaps be best,
said Clem.
Thomason, dry yourself and be as comfortable as you can.
With this he closed the door upon her and left the house in company with Captain Vi, who parted from him outside the gate, taking the middle path which led to Mistover. Clem crossed by the right-hand track towards the inn. Thomason, being left alone, took off some of her wet garments, carried the baby upstairs to Clem's bed, and then came down to the sitting-room again, where she made a larger fire and began drying herself. The fire soon flared up the chimney, giving the room an appearance of comfort that was doubled by contrast with the drumming of the storm without, which snapped at the window-panes and breathed into the chimney strange low utterances that seemed to be the prologue to some tragedy. But the least part of Thomason was in the house, for her heart being at ease about the little girl upstairs, she was mentally following Clem on his journey. Having indulged in this imaginary peregrination for some considerable interval, she became impressed with a sense of the intolerable slowness of time, but she sat on. The moment then came when she could scarcely sit longer, and it was a satire on her patience to remember that Clem could hardly have reached the inn as yet. At last she went to the baby's bedside. The child was sleeping soundly, but her imagination of possibly disastrous events at her home, the predominance within her of the unseen over the seen, agitated her beyond endurance. She could not refrain from going down and opening the door. The rain still continued, the candlelight falling upon the nearest drops and making glistening darts of them as they descended across the throng of invisible ones behind. To plunge into that medium was to plunge into water slightly diluted with air. But the difficulty of returning to her house at this moment made her all the more desirous of doing so. Anything was better than suspense.
I have come here well enough,
she said.
And why shouldn't I go back again? It is a mistake for me to be away.
She hastily fetched the infant, wrapped it up, cloaked herself as before, and shovelling the ashes over the fire to prevent accidents, went into the open air. Pausing first to put the door-key in its old place behind the shutter, she resolutely turned her face to the confronting pile of firmamental darkness behind the palings, and stepped into its midst. But Thomason's imagination being so actively engaged elsewhere, the night and the weather had for her no terror beyond that of their actual discomfort and difficulty. She was soon ascending Bloom's End Valley, and traversing the undulations on the side of the hill. The noise of the wind over the heath was shrill, and as if it whistled for joy at finding a night so congenial as this. Sometimes the path led her to hollows between thickets of tall and dripping bracken, dead though not yet prostrate, which enclosed her like a pool. When they were more than usually tall, she lifted the baby to the top of her head, that it might be out of the reach of the drenching fronds. On higher ground, where the wind was brisk and sustained, the rain flew in a level flight without sensible descent, so that it was beyond all power to imagine the remoteness of the point at which it left the bosoms of the clouds. Here self-deference was impossible, and the individual drops stuck into her like the arrows into Saint Sebastian. She was enabled to avoid puddles by the nebulous paleness which signified their presence, though beside anything less dark than the heath they themselves would have appeared as blackness. Yet, in spite of all this, Thomasin was not sorry that she had started. To her there were not, as to Eustacia, demons in the air, and malice in every bush and bough. The drops which lashed her face were not scorpions, but prosy rain. Egdon in the mass was no monster whatever, but impersonal open ground. Her fears of the place were rational, her dislikes of its worst moods reasonable. At this time it was in her view a windy, wet place, in which a person might experience much discomfort, lose the path without care, and possibly catch cold. If the path is well known, the difficulty at such times of keeping therein is not altogether great, from its familiar feel to the feet, but once lost, it is irrecoverable. Owing to her baby, who somewhat impeded Thomasin's view forward and distracted her mind, she did at last lose the track. This mishap occurred when she was descending an open slope about 2/3 home. Instead of attempting, by wandering hither and thither, the hopeless task of finding such a mere thread, she went straight on, trusting her guidance to her general knowledge of the contours, which was scarcely surpassed by Clim's, or by that of the heath croppers themselves. At length Thomasin reached a hollow, and began to discern through the rain a faint blotted radiance, which presently assumed the oblong form of an open door. She knew that no house stood hereabouts, and was soon aware of the nature of the door by its height above the ground.
"Why, it is Diggory Ven's van, surely," she
said. A certain secluded spot near Rainborough was, she knew, often Ven's chosen centre when staying in this neighbourhood, and she guessed at once that she had stumbled upon this mysterious retreat. The question arose in her mind whether or not she would ask him to guide her into the path. In her anxiety to reach home, she decided that she would appeal to him, notwithstanding the strangeness of appearing before his eyes at this place and season. But when, in pursuance of this resolve, Thomasin reached the van and looked in, she found it to be untenanted, though there was no doubt that it was the Riddleman's. The fire was burning in the stove, the lantern hung from the nail. Round the doorway the floor was merely sprinkled with rain and not saturated, which told her that the door had not long been opened. While she stood uncertainly looking in, Thomasin heard a footstep advancing from the darkness behind her, and turning beheld the well-known form in corduroy, lurid from head to foot, the lantern beams falling upon him through an intervening gauze of raindrops.
"I thought you went down the slope,"
he said, without noticing her face.
"How do you come back here again?"
"Diggory?"
said Thomasin faintly.
"Who are you?"
said Ven, still unperceiving.
"And why were you crying so just now?"
"Oh, Diggory, don't you know me?"
said she.
"But of course you don't, wrapped up like this. What do you mean? I have not been crying here, and I have not been here before."
Ven then came nearer, till he could see the illuminated side of her form.
"Mrs. Wildeve?"
he exclaimed, starting.
"What a time for us to meet! And the baby, too? What dreadful thing can have brought you out on such a night as this?"
She could not immediately answer, and without asking her permission he hopped into his van, took her by the arm, and drew her up after him.
"What is it?"
he continued when they stood within.
"I have lost my way coming from Bloomsend, and I am in a great hurry to get home. Please show me as quickly as you can. It is so silly of me not to know Egdon better, and I cannot think how I came to lose the path. Show me quickly, Diggory, please."
"Yes, of course. I will go with you. But you came to me before this, Mrs. Wildeve."
"I only came this minute."
"Oh, that's strange. I was lying down here asleep about 5 minutes ago, with the door shut to keep out the weather, when the brushing of a woman's clothes over the heath bushes just outside woke me up. For I don't sleep heavy, and at the same time I heard a sobbing or crying from the same woman. I opened my door and held out my lantern, and just as far as the light would reach, I saw a woman. She turned her head when the light sheened on her, and then hurried on downhill. I hung up the lantern, and was curious enough to pull on my things and dog her a few steps, but I could see nothing of her any more. That was where I had been when you came up, and when I saw you, I thought you were the same one.
Perhaps it was one of the heath folk going home?
No, it couldn't be. 'Tis too late. The noise of her gown over the heath was of a whistling sort that nothing but silk will make.
It wasn't I, then. My dress is not silk, you see. Are we anywhere in a line between Mistover and the inn?
Well, yes, not far out.
Oh, I wonder if it was she. Diggory, I must go at once.
She jumped down from the van before he was aware, when Van unhooked the lantern and leaped down after her.
I'll take the baby, ma'am,
he said.
You must be tired out by the wait.
Thomason hesitated a moment, and then delivered the baby into Ven's hands.
Don't squeeze her, Diggory,
she said,
or hurt her little arm. And keep the cloak close over her like this, so that the rain may not drop in her face.
I will,
said Ven earnestly.
As if I could hurt anything belonging to you.
I only meant accidentally,
said Thomason.
The baby is dry enough, but you are pretty wet,
said the Redoman, when, in closing the door of his cart to padlock it, he noticed on the floor a ring of water drops where her cloak had hung from her. Thomason followed him as he wound right and left to avoid the larger bushes, stopping occasionally and covering the lantern, while he looked over his shoulder to gain some idea of the position of Rainbear above them, which it was necessary to keep directly behind their backs to preserve a proper course.
You are sure the rain does not fall upon baby?
Quite sure. May I ask how old he is, ma'am?
He,
said Thomason reproachfully.
Anybody can see better than that in a moment. She is nearly 2 months old. How far is it now to the inn?
A little over 1/4 of a mile.
Will you walk a little faster?
I was afraid you could not keep up.
I am very anxious to get there. Oh, there is a light from the window.
'Tis not from the window. That's a gig lamp, to the best of my belief.
Oh,
said Thomason in despair.
I wish I had been there sooner. Give me the baby, Diggory. You can go back now.
I must go all the way,
said Ven.
There is a quag between us and that light, and you will walk into it up to your neck, unless I take you round.
But the light is at the inn, and there is no quag in front of that.
No, the light is below the inn, some 200 or 300 yards.
Never mind,
said Thomason hurriedly.
Go towards the light and not towards the inn.
Yes,
answered Ven, swerving round in obedience, and after a pause,
I wish you would tell me what this great trouble is. I think you have proved that I can be trusted.
There are some things that cannot be told to...
And then her heart rose into her throat, and she could say no more. End of Book 5, Chapter 8. Book 5, Chapter 9 of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 5, The Discovery. Chapter 9, Sights and Sounds Draw the Wanderers Together. Having seen Eustatia's signal from the hill at 8 o'clock, Wild Eve immediately prepared to assist her in her flight, and, as he hoped, accompany her. He was somewhat perturbed, and his manner of informing Thomason that he was going on a journey was in itself sufficient to rouse her suspicions. When she had gone to bed, he collected the few articles he would require, and went upstairs to the money-chest, whence he took a tolerably bountiful sum in notes, which had been advanced to him on the property he was so soon to have in possession, to defray expenses incidental to the removal. He then went to the stable and coach-house to assure himself that the horse, gig, and harness were in a fit condition for a long drive. Nearly half an hour was spent thus, and on returning to the house Wildeve had no thought of Thomason being anywhere but in bed. He had told the stable lad not to stay up, leading the boy to understand that his departure would be at 3 or 4 in the morning, for this, though an exceptional hour, was less strange than midnight, the time actually agreed on, the packet from Budmouth sailing between 1 and 2. At last all was quiet, and he had nothing to do but wait. By no effort could he shake off the oppression of spirits which he had experienced ever since his last meeting with Eustacia, but he hoped there was that in his situation which money could cure. He had persuaded himself that to act not ungenerously towards his gentle wife by settling on her the half of his property, and with chivalrous devotion towards another and greater woman by sharing her fate, was possible. And though he meant to adhere to Eustacia's instructions to the letter, to deposit her where she wished and to leave her, should that be her will, the spell that she had cast over him intensified, and his heart was beating fast in the anticipated futility of such commands in the face of a mutual wish that they should throw in their lot together. He would not allow himself to dwell long upon these conjectures, maxims, and hopes, and at 20 minutes to 12 he again went softly to the stable, harnessed the horse, and lit the lamps, whence, taking the horse by the head, he led him with the covered car out of the yard, to a spot by a roadside some 1/4 of a mile below the inn. Here Wildeve waited, slightly sheltered from the driving rain by a high bank that had been cast up at this place. Along the surface of the road, where lit by the lamps the loosened gravel and small stones scudded and clicked together before the wind, which leaving them in heaps, and boomed across the bushes into darkness. Only one sound rose above this din of weather, and that was the roaring of a 10-hatch weir to the southward, from a river in the meads which formed the boundary of the heath in this direction. He lingered on in perfect stillness till he began to fancy that the midnight hour must have struck. A very strong doubt had arisen in his mind if Eustacia would venture down the hill in such weather, yet knowing her nature, he felt that she might.
"Poor thing, 'tis her ill luck,"
he murmured. At length he turned to the lamp and looked at his watch. To his surprise it was nearly 1/4 past midnight. He now wished that he had driven up the circuitous road to Mistover, a plan not adopted because of the enormous length of the route in proportion to that of the pedestrian's path down the open hillside, and the consequent increase of labour for the horse. At this moment a footstep approached, but the light of the lamps being in a different direction, the corner was not visible. The step paused, then came on again.
"Eustacia?" said
Wildeve. The person came forward, and the light fell upon the form of Clym, glistening with wet, whom Wildeve immediately recognized. But Wildeve, who stood behind the lamp, was not at once recognized by Yeobright. He stopped, as if in doubt whether this waiting vehicle could have anything to do with the flight of his wife or not. The sight of Yeobright at once banished Wildeve's sober feelings, who saw him again as the deadly rival from whom Eustacia was to be kept at all hazards. Hence Wildeve did not speak, in the hope that Clym would pass by without particular inquiry. While they both hung thus in hesitation, a dull sound became audible above the storm and wind. Its origin was unmistakable. It was the fall of a body into the stream in the adjoining mead, apparently of a point near the weir. Both started.
"Good God! Can it be she?"
said Clym.
"Why should it be she?"
said Wildeve, in his alarm forgetting that he had hitherto screened himself.
"Ah, that's you, you traitor, is it?"
cried Yeobright.
"Why should it be she? Because last week she would have put an end to her life if she had been able. She ought to have been watched. Take one of the lamps and come with me.
Yeobright seized the one on his side and hastened on. Wildeve did not wait to unfasten the other, but followed at once along the meadow track to their weir, a little in the rear of Clym. Shadwater Weir had at its foot a large circular pool, 50 feet in diameter, in which the water flowed through 10 huge hatches, raised and lowered by a winch and cogs in the ordinary manner. The sides of the pool were of masonry, to prevent the water from washing away the bank, but the force of the stream in winter was sometimes such as to undermine the retaining wall and precipitate it into the hole. Clym reached the hatches, the framework of which was shaken to its foundations by the velocity of the current. Nothing but the froth of the waves could be discerned into the pool below. He got upon the plank bridge over the race, and holding to the rail, that the wind might not blow him off, crossed to the other side of the river. There he leant over the wall and lowered the lamp, only to behold the vortex formed at the curl of the returning current. Wildeve meanwhile had arrived on the former side, and the light from Yeobright's lamp shed a flecked and agitated radiance across the weir pool, revealing to the ex-engineer the tumbling courses of the currents from the hatches above. Across this gashed and puckered mirror a dark body was slowly borne by one of the backward currents.
"Oh, my darling!"
exclaimed Wildeve in an agonized voice, and, without showing sufficient presence of mind even to throw off his greatcoat, he leaped into the boiling cauldron. Yeobright could now also discern the floating body, though but indistinctly, and imagining from Wildeve's plunge that there was life to be saved, he was about to leap after. Bethinking himself of a wiser plan, he placed the lamp against a post to make it stand upright, and running round to the lower part of the pool, where there was no wall, he sprang in and boldly waded upwards towards the deeper portion. Here he was taken off his legs, and in swimming was carried round into the centre of the basin, where he perceived Wildeve struggling. While these hasty actions were in progress here, Venn and Thomason had been toiling through the lower corner of the heath in the direction of the light. They had not been near enough to the river to hear the plunge, but they saw the removal of the carriage lamp and watched its motion into the mead. As soon as they reached the car and horse, Venn guessed that something new was amiss, and hastened to follow in the course of the moving light. Venn walked faster than Thomason, and came to the weir alone. The lamp placed against the post by Clym still shone across the water, and the riddle man observed something floating motionless. Being encumbered with the infant, he ran back to meet Thomason.
"Take the baby, please, Mrs. Wildeve,"
he said hastily.
"Run home with her, call the stable lad, and make him send down to me any men who may be living near. Somebody has fallen into the weir."
Thomason took the child and ran. When she came to the covered car, the horse, though fresh from the stable, was standing perfectly still, as if conscious of misfortune. She saw for the first time whose it was. She nearly fainted, and would have been unable to proceed another step, but that the necessity of preserving the little girl from harm nerved her to an amazing self-control. In this agony of suspense she entered the house, put the baby in a place of safety, woke the lad and the female domestic, and ran out to give the alarm at the nearest cottage. Diggory, having returned to the brink of the pool, observed that the small upper hatches or floats were withdrawn. He found one of these lying upon the grass, and taking it under one arm, and with his lantern in his hand, entered at the bottom of the pool as Clym had done. As soon as he began to be in deep water, he flung himself across the hatch. Thus supported, he was able to keep afloat as long as he chose, holding the lantern aloft with his disengaged hand. Propelled by his feet, he steered round and round the pool, ascending each time by one of the back streams, and descending in the middle of the current. At first he could see nothing. Then, amidst the glistening of the whirlpools and the white clots of foam, he distinguished a woman's bonnet floating alone. His search was now under the left wall, when something came to the surface almost close beside him. It was not, as he expected, a woman, but a man. The riddle man put the ring of the lantern between his teeth, seized the floating man by the collar, and holding on to the hatch with his remaining arm, struck out into the strongest race, by which the unconscious man, the hatch, and himself were carried down the stream. As soon as Venn found his feet dragging over the pebbles of the shallower part below, he secured his footing and waded towards the bank. There, where the water stood at about the height of his waist, he flung away the hatch and attempted to drag forth the man. This was a matter of great difficulty, and he found as the reason that the legs of the unfortunate stranger were tightly embraced by the arms of another man, who had hitherto been entirely beneath the surface. At this moment his heart bounded to hear footsteps running towards him, and two men, roused by Thomason, appeared at the brink above. They ran to where Venn was, and helped him in lifting out the apparently drowned persons, separating them, and laying them out upon the grass. Venn turned the light upon their faces. The one who had been uppermost was Yeobright. He who had been completely submerged was Wild Eve.
"Now we must search the hole again,"
said Venn.
"A woman is in there somewhere. Get a pole."
One of the men went to the footbridge and tore off the handrail. The Riddle man and the two others then entered the water together from below as before, and with their united force probed the pool forwards to where it sloped down to its central depth. Venn was not mistaken in supposing that any person who had sunk for the last time would be washed down to this point, for when they had examined to about half-way across, something impeded their thrust.
"Pull it forward,"
said Venn, and they raked it in with the pole till it was close to their feet. Venn vanished under the stream, and came up with an armful of wet drapery enclosing a woman's cold form, which was all that remained of the desperate Eustacia. When they reached the bank, there stood Thomason, in a stress of grief, bending over the two unconscious ones who already lay there. The horse and cart were brought to the nearest point in the road, and it was the work of a few minutes only to place the three in the vehicle. Venn led on to the horse, supporting Thomason upon his arm, and the two men followed till they reached the inn. The woman who had been shaken out of her sleep by Thomason had hastily dressed herself and lighted a fire, the other servant being left to snore on in peace at the back of the house. The insensible forms of Eustacia, Clem, and Wild Eve were then brought in and laid on the carpet, with their feet to the fire, when such restorative processes as could be thought of were adopted at once, the stableman being in the meantime sent for a doctor. But there seemed to be not a whiff of life in either of the bodies. Then Thomason, whose stupor of grief had been thrust off a while by frantic action, applied a bottle of hartshorn to Clem's nostrils, having tried it in vain upon the other two. He sighed.
"Clem's alive!"
she exclaimed. He soon breathed distinctly, and again did she attempt to revive her husband by the same means, but Wild Eve gave no sign. There was too much reason to think that he and Eustacia both were forever beyond the reach of stimulating perfumes. Their exertions did not relax till the doctor arrived, when one by one the senseless three were taken upstairs and put into warm beds. Venn soon felt himself relieved from further attendance, and went to the door, scarcely able yet to realize the strange catastrophe that had befallen the family in which he took so great an interest. Thomason surely would be broken down by the sudden and overwhelming nature of this event. No firm and sensible Mrs. Yeobright lived now to support the gentle girl through the ordeal, and whatever an unimpassioned spectator might think of her loss of such a husband as Wild Eve, there could be no doubt that for the moment she was distracted and horrified by the blow. As for himself, not being privileged to go to her and comfort her, he saw no reason for waiting longer in a house where he remained only as a stranger. He returned across the heath to his van. His fire was not yet out, and everything remained as he had left it. Venn now bethought himself of his clothes, which were saturated with water to the weight of lead. He changed them, spread them before the fire, and lay down to sleep. But it was more than he could do to rest here while excited by a vivid imagination of the turmoil they were in at the house he had quitted, and blaming himself for coming away, he dressed in another suit, locked up the door, and again hastened across to the inn. Rain was still falling heavily when he entered the kitchen. A bright fire was shining from the hearth, and 2 women were bustling about, one of whom was Ollie Dowden.
"Well, how is it going on now?"
said Venn in a whisper.
Mr. Yeobright is better, but Mrs. Yeobright and Mr. Wildeve are dead and cold. The doctor says they were quite gone before we were out of the water.
I thought as much when I hauled him up. And Mrs. Wildeve?
She is as well as can be expected. The doctor had to put her between blankets, for she was almost as wet as they had been in the river, poor young thing. You don't seem very dry, Riddleman.
Oh, 'tis not much. I have changed my things. This is only a little dampness I've got, coming through the rain again.
Stand by the fire. Mrs. says you be to have whatever you want, and she was sorry when she was told you had gone away.
Van drew near to the fireplace and looked into the flames in an absent mood. The steam came from his leggings and ascended the chimney with the smoke, while he thought of those who were upstairs. 2 were corpses. One had barely escaped the jaws of death. Another was sick and a widow. The last occasion on which he had lingered by that fireplace was when the raffle was in progress, when Wildeve was alive and well, Thomason active and smiling in the next room, Yeobright and Eustacia just made husband and wife, and Mrs. Yeobright living at Bloom's End. It had seemed at that time that the then position of affairs was good for at least 20 years to come. Yet of all the circle he himself was the only one whose situation had not materially changed. While he ruminated, a footstep descended the stairs. It was the nurse, who brought in her hand a rolled mass of wet paper. The woman was so engrossed with her occupation that she hardly saw Venn. She took from a cupboard some pieces of twine, which she strained across the fireplace, tying the end of each piece to the fire-dog, previously pulled forward for the purpose, and unrolling the wet papers, she began pinning them one by one to the strings, in a manner of clothes on a line.
"What be they?" said
Venn. "Poor master's bank notes,"
she answered.
"They were found in his pocket when they undressed him."
"Then he was not coming back again for some time,"
said Venn.
"That we shall never know,"
said she. Venn was loath to depart, for all on earth that interested him lay under this roof. As nobody in the house had any more sleep that night, except the 2 who slept forever, there was no reason why he should not remain. So he retired into the niche of the fireplace where he had used to sit, and there he continued, watching the steam from the double row of banknotes as they waved backwards and forwards in the draught of the chimney, till their flaccidity was changed to dry crispness throughout. Then the woman came and unpinned them, and folding them together, carried the handful upstairs. Presently the doctor appeared from above with the look of a man who could do no more, and, pulling on his gloves, went out of the house, the trotting of his horse soon dying away upon the road. At 4 o'clock there was a gentle knock at the door. It was from Charlie, who had been sent by Captain Vi to inquire if anything had been heard of Eustacia. The girl who admitted him looked in his face as if she did not know what answer to return, and showed him in to where Venn was seated, saying to the Riddleman,
"Will you tell him, please?"
Venn told. Charlie's only utterance was a feeble, indistinct sound. He stood quite still. Then he burst out spasmodically.
"Shall I see her once more?"
"I dare say you may see her,"
said Diggory gravely.
"But hadn't you better run and tell Captain Vi?"
Yes, yes. Only I do hope I shall see her just once again."
"You shall,"
said a low voice behind, and starting round, they beheld by the dim light a thin, pallid, almost spectral form, wrapped in a blanket and looking like Lazarus come from the tomb. It was Yeobright. Neither Venn nor Charlie spoke, and Clym continued.
"You shall see her. There will be enough time to tell the captain when it gets daylight. You would like to see her too, would you not, Diggory? She looks very beautiful now."
Van assented by rising to his feet, and with Charlie he followed Clym to the foot of the staircase, where he took off his boots. Charlie did the same. They followed Yeobright upstairs to the landing, where there was a candle burning, which Yeobright took in his hand, and with it led the way into an adjoining room. Here he went to the bedside and folded back the sheet. They stood silently looking upon Eustacia, who, as she lay there still in death, eclipsed all her living phases. Pallor did not include all the quality of her complexion, which seemed more than whiteness. It was almost light. The expression of her finely carved mouth was pleasant, as if a sense of dignity had just compelled her to leave off speaking. Eternal rigidity had seized upon it in a momentary transition between fervour and resignation. Her black hair was looser now than either of them had ever seen it before, and surrounded her brow like a forest. The stateliness of look which had been almost too marked for a dweller in a country domicile had at last found an artistically happy background. Nobody spoke, till at length Clym covered her and turned aside.
"Now, come here,"
he said. They went to a recess in the same room, and there, on a smaller bed, lay another figure, Wildeve. Less repose was visible in his face than in Eustacia's, but the same luminous youthfulness overspread it, and the least sympathetic observer would have felt at sight of him now that he was born for a higher destiny than this. The only sign upon him of his recent struggle for life was in his finger-tips, which were worn and sacrificed in his dying endeavours to obtain a hold on the face of the weir-wall. Yeobright's manner had been so quiet, he had uttered so few syllables since his reappearance, that Venn imagined him resigned. It was only when they had left the room and stood upon the landing that the true state of his mind was apparent. Here he said, with a wild smile, inclining his head towards the chamber in which Eustacia lay,
"She is the second woman I have killed this year. I was a great cause of my mother's death, and I am the chief cause of hers."
"How?" said Venn.
"I spoke cruel words to her, and she left my house. I did not invite her back till it was too late. It is I who ought to have drowned myself. It would have been a charity to the living had the river overwhelmed me and borne her up. But I cannot die. Those who ought to have lived lie dead, and here am I, alive."
"But you can't charge yourself with crimes in that way,"
said Venn.
"You may as well say that the parents be the cause of a murder by the child, for without the parents the child would never have been begot."
"Yes, Venn, that is very true. But you don't know all the circumstances. If it had pleased God to put an end to me, it would have been a good thing for all. But I am getting used to the horror of my existence. They say that a time comes when men laugh at misery through long acquaintance with it. Surely that time will soon come to me."
"Your aim has always been good,"
said Venn.
"Why should you say such desperate things?"
"No, they are not desperate. They are only hopeless. And my great regret is that for what I have done, no man or law can punish me."
End of Book 5, Chapter 9. End of Book 5. Book 6, Chapter 1, of The Return of the Native, by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 6, AFTERCOURSES, Chapter 1, The Inevitable Movement Onwards. The story of the deaths of Eustacia and Wildeve was told throughout Egdon and far beyond for many weeks and months. All the known incidents of their love were enlarged, distorted, touched up, and modified, till the original reality bore but a slight resemblance to the counterfeit presentation by surrounding tongues. Yet, upon the whole, neither the man nor the woman lost dignity by sudden death. Misfortune had struck them gracefully, cutting off their erratic histories with a catastrophic dash, instead of, as with many, attenuating each life to an uninteresting meagreness through long years of wrinkles, neglect, and decay. On those most nearly concerned the effect was somewhat different. Strangers, who had heard of many such cases, now merely heard of one more. But immediately where a blow falls no previous imaginings amount to appreciable preparation for it. The very suddenness of her bereavement dulled to some extent Thomason's feelings. Yet, irrationally enough, a consciousness that the husband she had lost ought to have been a better man did not lessen her mourning at all. On the contrary, this fact seemed at first to set off the dead husband in his young wife's eyes, and to be the necessary cloud to the rainbow. But the horrors of the unknown had passed. Vague misgivings about her future as a deserted wife were at an end. The worst had once been matter of trembling conjecture. It was now a matter of reason only, a limited badness. Her chief interest, the little Eustacia, still remained. There was humility in her grief, no defiance in her attitude, and when this is the case, a shaken spirit is apt to be stilled. Could Thomason's mournfulness now and Eustacia's serenity during life have been reduced to common measure, they would have touched the same mark nearly. But Thomason's former brightness made shadow of that which in a sombre atmosphere was light itself. The spring came and calmed her. The summer came and soothed her. The autumn arrived, and she began to be comforted, for her little girl was strong and happy, growing in size and knowledge every day. Outward events flattered Thomason not a little. Wildeve had died intestate, and she and the child were his only relatives. When administration had been granted, all the debts paid, and the residue of her husband's uncle's property had come into her hands, it was found that the sum waiting to be invested for her own and the child's benefit was little less than £10,000. Where should she live? The obvious place was Bloom's End. The old rooms, it is true, were not much higher than the between decks of a frigate, necessitating a sinking in the floor under the new clock-case she brought from the inn, and the removal of the handsome brass knobs on its head, before there was height for it to stand. But, such as the rooms were, there were plenty of them, and the place was endeared to her by every early recollection. Clem very gladly admitted her as a tenant, confining his own existence to 2 rooms at the top of the back staircase, where he lived on quietly, shut off from Thomason and the 3 servants she had thought fit to indulge in now that she was a mistress of money, going on his own ways and thinking his own thoughts. His sorrows had made some change in his outward appearance, and yet the alteration was chiefly within. It might have been said that he had a wrinkled mind. He had no enemies, and he could get nobody to reproach him, which was why he so bitterly reproached himself. He did sometimes think that he had been ill-used by fortune, so far as to say that to be born is a palpable dilemma, and that instead of men aiming to advance in life with glory, they should calculate how to retreat out of it without shame. But that he and his had been sarcastically and pitilessly handled in having such irons thrust into their souls, he did not maintain long. It is usually so, except with the sternest of men. Human beings, in their generous endeavour to construct a hypothesis that shall not degrade a first cause, have always hesitated to conceive a dominant power of lower moral quality than their own, and even while they sit down and weep by the waters of Babylon, invent excuses for the oppression which prompts their tears. Thus, though words of solace were vainly uttered in his presence, he found relief in a direction of his own choosing when left to himself. For a man of his habits, the house and the £120 a year which he had inherited from his mother were enough to supply all worldly needs. Resources do not depend upon gross amounts, but upon the proportion of spendings to takings. He frequently walked the heath alone, when the past seized upon him with its shadowy hand, and held him there to listen to its tale. His imagination would then people the spot with its ancient inhabitants. Forgotten Celtic tribes trod their tracks about him, and he could almost live among them, look in their faces, and see them standing beside the barrows which swelled around, untouched and perfect as at the time of their erection. Those of the dyed barbarians who had chosen the cultivable tracts were, in comparison with those who had left their marks here, as writers on paper beside writers on parchment. Their records had perished long ago by the plough, while the works of these remained. Yet they all had lived and died unconscious of the different fates awaiting their relics. It reminded him that unforeseen factors operate in the evolution of immortality. Winter again came round, with its winds, frosts, tame robins, and sparkling starlight. The year previous, Thomasin had hardly been conscious of the season's advance. This year she laid her heart open to external influences of every kind. The life of this sweet cousin, her baby, and her servants came to Clem's senses only in the form of sounds through a wood partition as he sat over books of exceptionally large type, but his ear became at last so accustomed to these slight noises from the other part of the house that he almost could witness the scenes they signified. A faint beat of half-seconds conjured up Thomasin rocking the cradle. A wavering hum meant that she was singing the baby to sleep. A crunching of sand as between millstones raised the picture of Humphrey's, Fairway's, or Sam's heavy feet crossing the stone floor of the kitchen. A little boyish step and a gay tune in a high key betokened a visit from Grandfer Cantle. A sudden break-off in the Grandfer's utterances implied the attraction to his lips of a mug of small beer. A bustling and slamming of doors meant starting to go to market, for Thomasin, in spite of her added scope of gentility, led a ludicrously narrow life, to the end that she might save every possible pound for her little daughter. One summer day Clem was in the garden, immediately outside the parlour window, which was as usual open. He was looking at the pot flowers on the sill. They had been revived and restored by Thomasin to the state in which his mother had left them. He heard a slight scream from Thomasin, who was sitting inside the room.
"Oh, how you frightened me!"
she said to someone who had entered.
"I thought you were the ghost of yourself."
Clem was curious enough to advance a little further and look in at the window. To his astonishment, there stood within the room Diggory Venn, no longer a Reddel man, but exhibiting the strangely altered hues of an ordinary Christian countenance, white shirt-front, light flowered waistcoat, blue-spotted neckerchief, and bottle-green coat. Nothing in this appearance was at all singular but the fact of its great difference from what he had formerly been. Red, and all approach to red, was carefully excluded from every article of clothes upon him. For what is there that persons just out of harness dread so much as reminders of the trade which has enriched them? Yeobright went round to the door and entered.
"I was so alarmed,"
said Thomasin, smiling from one to the other.
"I couldn't believe that he had got wide of his own accord. It seemed supernatural."
I gave up dealing in Reddel last Christmas,
said Venn.
It was a profitable trade, and I found that by that time I had made enough to take the dairy of 50 cows that my father had in his lifetime. I had always thought of getting to that place again if I changed at all, and now I am there.
"How did you manage to become white, Diggory?"
Thomasin asked.
I turn so by degrees, ma'am.
"You look much better than ever you did before."
Venn appeared confused, and Thomasin, seeing how inadvertently she had spoken to a man who might possibly have tender feelings for her still, blushed a little. Clem saw nothing of this, and added good-humouredly,
"What should we have to frighten Thomasin's baby with, now you have become a human being again?"
"Sit down, Diggory,"
said Thomasin,
"and stay to tea."
Venn moved as if he would retire to the kitchen, when Thomasin said, with pleasant pertness, as she went on with some sewing,
"Of course you must sit down here. And where does your 50-cow dairy lie, Mr. Venn?"
At Stickleford, about 2 miles to the right of Addleworth, ma'am, where the meads begin. I have thought that if Mr. Yeobright would like to pay me a visit some time, he shouldn't stay away for want of asking. I'll not bide to tea this afternoon, thank you, for I've got something on hand that must be settled. 'Tis Maypole Day tomorrow, and the Shadwater folk have clubbed with a few of your neighbours here to have a poll just outside your palings in the heath, as it is a nice green place."
Venn waved his elbow towards the patch in front of the house.
I have been talking to Fairway about it,
he continued.
And I said to him that before we put up the pole, it would be as well to ask Mrs. Wildeve.
I can say nothing against it,
she answered.
Our property does not reach an inch further than the white palings.
But you might not like to see a lot of folk going crazy round a stick under your very nose.
I shall have no objection at all.
Ben soon after went away, and in the evening Yeobright strolled as far as Fairway's cottage. It was a lovely May sunset, and the birch trees which grow on this margin of the vast Egdon wilderness had put on their new leaves, delicate as butterflies' wings and diaphanous as amber. Besides Fairway's dwelling was an open space recessed from the road, and here were now collected all the young people from within a radius of a couple of miles. The pole lay with one end supported on a trestle, and women were engaged in wreathing it from the top downwards with wildflowers. The instincts of merry England lingered on here with exceptional vitality, and the symbolic customs which tradition has attached to each season of the year were yet a reality on Egdon. Indeed, the impulses of all such outlandish hamlets are pagan still. In these spots homage to nature, self-adoration, frantic gaieties, fragments of Teutonic rites to divinities, whose names are forgotten, seem in some way or other to have survived medieval doctrine. Yeobright did not interrupt the preparations, and went home again. The next morning, when Thomason withdrew the curtains of her bedroom window, there stood the maypole in the middle of the green, its top cutting into the sky. It had sprung up in the night, or rather early morning, like Jack's beanstalk. She opened the casement to get a better view of the garlands and posies that adorned it. The sweet perfume of the flowers had already spread into the surrounding air, which, being free from every taint, conducted to her lips a full measure of the fragrance received from the spire of blossom in its midst. At the top of the pole were crossed hoops decked with small flowers. Beneath these came a milk-white zone of may-bloom, then a zone of bluebells, then of cowslips, then of lilacs, then of ragged robins, daffodils, and so on, till the lowest stage was reached. Thomas had noticed all these, and was delighted that the May revel was to be so near. When afternoon came, people began to gather on the green, and Yeobright was interested enough to look out upon them from the open window of his room. Soon after this, Thomason walked out from the door immediately below, and turned her eyes up to her cousin's face. She was dressed more gaily than Yeobright had ever seen her dressed since the time of Wildeve's death, 18 months before. Since the day of her marriage, even she had not exhibited herself to such advantage.
"How pretty you look to-day, Thomason,"
he said.
"Is it because of the maypole?"
Not altogether.
And then she blushed and dropped her eyes, which he did not specially observe, though her manner seemed to him to be rather peculiar, considering that she was only addressing himself. Could it be possible that she had put on her summer clothes to please him? He recalled her conduct towards him throughout the last few weeks, when they had often been working together in the garden, just as they had formerly done when they were boy and girl under his mother's eye. What if her interest in him was not so entirely that of a relative as it had formerly been? To Yeobright, any possibility of this sort was a serious matter, and he almost felt troubled at the thought of it. Every pulse of lover-like feeling which had not been stilled during Eustatia's lifetime had gone into the grave with her. His passion for her had occurred too far on in his manhood to leave fuel enough on hand for another fire of that sort, as may happen with more boyish loves. Even supposing him capable of loving again, that love would be a plant of slow and laboured growth, and in the end only small and sickly, like an autumn-hatched bird. He was so distressed by this new complexity that when the enthusiastic brass band arrived and struck up, which it did about 5 o'clock, with apparently wind enough among its members to blow down his house, he withdrew from his rooms by the back door, went down the garden, through the gate in the hedge, and away out of sight. He could not bear to remain in the presence of enjoyment to-day, though he had tried hard. Nothing was seen of him for 4 hours. When he came back by the same path it was dusk, and the dews were coating every green thing. The boisterous music had ceased, but entering the premises as he did from behind, he could not see if the May party had all gone till he had passed through Thomason's division of the house to the front door. Thomason was standing within the porch alone. She looked at him reproachfully.
You went away just when it began, Clem,
she said.
Yes, I felt I could not join in. You went out with him, of course.
No, I did not.
You appeared to be dressed on purpose.
Yes, but I could not go out alone. So many people were there. One is there now.
Yeobright strained his eyes across the dark green patch beyond the paling, and near the black form of the maypole he discerned a shadowy figure, sauntering idly up and down.
Who is it?
He said.
Mr. Venn,
said Thomason.
You might have asked him to come in, I think, Tamsy. He has been very kind to you, first and last.
I will now,
she said, and, acting on the impulse, went through the wicket to where Venn stood under the maypole.
It is Mr. Venn, I think?
She inquired. Venn started as if he had not seen her, artful man that he was, and said,
Yes.
Will you come in?
I am afraid that I
have seen you dancing this evening, and you had the very best of the girls for your partners. Is it that you won't come in because you wish to stand here and think over the past hours of enjoyment?
Well, that's partly it,
said Mr. Venn, with ostentatious sentiment.
But the main reason why I am biding here like this is that I want to wait till the moon rises.
To see how pretty the maypole looks in the moonlight?
No, to look for a glove that was dropped by one of the maidens.
Thomason was speechless with surprise. That a man who had to walk some 4 or 5 miles to his home should wait here for such a reason pointed to only one conclusion. The man must be amazingly interested in that glove's owner.
Were you dancing with her, Diggory?
She asked, in a voice which revealed that he had made himself considerably more interesting to her by this disclosure.
No.
He sighed.
And you will not come in, then?
Not tonight. Thank you, ma'am.
Shall I lend you a lantern to look for the young person's glove, Mr. Venn?
Oh, no. It is not necessary, Mrs. Wildeve. Thank you. The moon will rise in a few minutes.
Thomason went back to the porch.
Is he coming in?
Said Clem, who had been waiting where she had left him.
He would rather not tonight,
she said, and then passed by him into the house, whereupon Clem too retired to his own rooms. When Clem was gone, Thomason crept upstairs in the dark, and just listening by the cot to assure herself that the child was asleep, she went to the window, gently lifted the corner of the white curtain, and looked out. Venn was still there. She watched the growth of the faint radiance appearing in the sky by the eastern hill, till presently the edge of the moon burst upwards and flooded the valley with light. Diggory's form was now distinct on the green. He was moving about in a bowed attitude, evidently scanning the grass for the precious missing article, walking in zigzags right and left till he should have passed over every foot of the ground.
How very ridiculous,
Thomason murmured to herself, in a tone which was intended to be satirical.
To think that a man should be so silly as to go mooning about like that for a girl's glove. A respectable dairyman, too, and a man of money as he is now. What a pity.
At last Venn appeared to find it, whereupon he stood up and raised it to his lips. Then, placing it in his breast-pocket, the nearest receptacle to a man's heart permitted by modern raiment, he ascended the valley in a mathematically direct line towards his distant home in the meadows. End of Book 6, Chapter 1. Book 6, Chapter 2 of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 6, AFTERCOURSES, Chapter 2. Thomason walks in a green place by the Roman road. Clem saw little of Thomasin for several days after this, and when they met she was more silent than usual. At length he asked her what she was thinking of so intently.
"I am thoroughly perplexed," she
said candidly.
"I cannot for my life think who it is that Diggory Venn is so much in love with. None of the girls at the Maypole were good enough for him, and yet she must have been there."
Clem tried to imagine Venn's choice for a moment, but ceasing to be interested in the question, he went on again with his gardening. No clearing up of the mystery was granted her for some time, but one afternoon Thomasin was upstairs getting ready for a walk, when she had occasion to come to the landing and call,
"Rachel!"
Rachel was a girl about 13 who carried the baby out for airings, and she came upstairs at the call.
"Have you seen one of my last new gloves about the house, Rachel?"
inquired Thomasin.
"It is the fellow to this one."
Rachel did not reply.
"Why don't you answer?"
said her mistress.
"I think it is lost, ma'am."
"Lost? Who lost it? I have never worn them but once."
Rachel appeared as one dreadfully troubled, and at last began to cry.
"Please, ma'am, on the day of the Maypole I had none to wear, and I seed yours on the table, and I thought I would borrow 'em. I did not mean to hurt him at all, but one of 'em got lost. Somebody gave me some money to buy another pair for you, but I have not been able to go anywhere to get 'em."
"Who's somebody?"
"Mr. Venn."
"Did he know it was my glove?"
"Yes, I told him."
Thomasin was so surprised by the explanation that she quite forgot to lecture the girl, who glided silently away. Thomasin did not move further than to turn her eyes upon the grass plot where the Maypole had stood. She remained thinking, then said to herself that she would not go out that afternoon, but would work hard at the baby's unfinished lovely plaid frock, cut on the cross in the newest fashion. How she managed to work hard, yet do no more than she had done at the end of 2 hours, would have been a mystery to any one not aware that the recent incident was of a kind likely to divert her industry from a manual to a mental channel. Next day she went her ways as usual, and continued her custom of walking in the heath with no other companion than little Eustacia, now of the age when it is a matter of doubt with such characters whether they are intended to walk through the world on their hands or on their feet, so that they may get into painful complications by trying both. It was very pleasant to Thomasin, when she had carried the child to some lonely place, to give her a little private practice on the green turf and shepherd's thyme, which formed a soft mat to fall headlong upon them when equilibrium was lost. Once, when engaged in this system of training, and stooping to remove bits of stick, fern stalks, and other such fragments from the child's path, that the journey might not be brought to an untimely end by some insuperable barrier 1/4 of an inch high, she was alarmed by discovering that a man on horseback was almost close beside her, the soft natural carpet having muffled the horse's tread. The rider, who was Venn, waved his hat in the air and bowed gallantly.
"Diggory, give me my glove,"
said Thomasin, whose manner it was under any circumstances to plunge into the midst of a subject which engrossed her. Venn immediately dismounted, put his hand in his breast-pocket, and handed the glove.
"Thank you. It was very good of you to take care of it."
It is very good for you to say so.
"Oh, no. I was quite glad to find you had it. Everyone gets so indifferent that I was surprised to know you thought of me."
If you had remembered what I was once, you wouldn't have been surprised.
"Oh, no,"
she said quickly.
"but men of your character are mostly so independent."
What is my character?
he asked.
"I don't exactly know,"
said Thomasin simply,
"except it is to cover up your feelings under a practical manner, and only to show them when you are alone."
Ah, how do you know that?
said Venn strategically.
"Because,"
said she, stopping to put the little girl, who had managed to get herself upside down, right end up again.
"because I do."
You mustn't judge by folks in general,
said Venn.
Still, I don't know much what feelings are nowadays. I've got so mixed up with business of one sort and the other that my soft sentiments are gone off in, vapor-like. Yes, I am given up body and soul to the making of money. Money is all my dream.
Oh, Diggory, how wicked!
said Thomason reproachfully, and looking at him in exact balance between taking his words seriously and judging them as said to tease her.
Yes, 'tis rather a rum course,
said Venn, in the bland tone of one comfortably resigned to sins he could no longer overcome.
You, who used to be so nice.
Well, that's an argument I rather like, because what a man has once been, he may be again.
Thomason blushed.
Except that it is rather harder now.
Venn continued.
Why?
she asked.
Because you be richer than you were at that time.
Oh, no, not much. I have made it nearly all over to the baby, as it was my duty to do, except just enough to live on.
I am rather glad of that,
said Venn softly, and regarding her from the corner of his eye,
for it makes it easier for us to be friendly.
Thomason blushed again, and when a few more words had been said of a not unpleasing kind, Venn mounted his horse and rode on. This conversation had passed in a hollow of the heath near the old Roman road, a place much frequented by Thomason, and it might have been observed that she did not in the future walk that way less often from having met Venn there now. Whether or not Venn abstained from riding thither because he had met Thomason in the same place might easily have been guessed from her proceedings about 2 months later in the same year. End of Book 6, Chapter 2. Book 6, Chapter 3 of The Return of the Native, by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 6, AFTERCOURSES, Chapter 3, The Serious Discourse of Clym with his Cousin. Throughout this period Yeobright had more or less pondered on his duty to his cousin Thomason. He could not help feeling that it would be a pitiful waste of sweet material if the tender-natured thing should be doomed from this early stage of her life onwards to dribble away her winsome qualities on lonely gorse and fern. But he felt this as an economist merely, and not as a lover. His passion for Eustacia had been a sort of conserve of his whole life, and he had nothing more of that supreme quality left to bestow. So far, the obvious thing was not to entertain any idea of marriage with Thomason, even to oblige her. But this was not all. Years ago there had been in his mother's mind a great fancy about Thomason and himself. It had not positively amounted to a desire, but it had always been a favourite dream. That they should be man and wife in good time, if the happiness of neither were endangered thereby, was the fancy in question. So that what course save one was there now left for any son who reverenced his mother's memory as Yeobright did? It is an unfortunate fact that any particular whim of parents, which might have been dispersed by half an hour's conversation during their lives, becomes sublimated by their deaths into a fiat the most absolute, with such results to conscientious children as those parents, had they lived, would have been the first to decry. Had only Yeobright's own future been involved, he would have proposed to Thomason with a ready heart. He had nothing to lose by carrying out a dead mother's hope, but he dreaded to contemplate Thomason wedded to the mere corpse of a lover that he now felt himself to be. He had but 3 activities alive in him. One was his almost daily walk to the little graveyard wherein his mother lay. Another, his just as frequent visits by night to the more distant enclosure which numbered his Eustacia among its dead. The third was self-preparation for a vocation which alone seemed likely to satisfy his cravings, that of an itinerant preacher of the 11th commandment. It was difficult to believe that Thomason would be cheered by a husband with such tendencies as these. Yet he resolved to ask her, and let her decide for herself. It was even with a pleasant sense of doing his duty that he went downstairs to her one evening for this purpose, when the sun was printing on the valley the same long shadow of the housetop that he had seen lying there times out of number while his mother lived. Thomason was not in her room, but he found her in the front garden.
"I have long been wanting, Thomason,"
he began,
"to say something about a matter that concerns both our futures."
"And you're going to say it now?"
she remarked quickly, colouring as she met his gaze.
Do stop a minute, Clem, and let me speak first, for oddly enough I have been wanting to say something to you.
"By all means. Say on, Tamsy."
I suppose nobody can overhear us?"
she went on, casting her eyes around and lowering her voice.
"Well, first you will promise me this, that you won't be angry and call me anything harsh if you disagree with what I propose."
Yeobright promised, and she continued.
"What I want is your advice, for you are my relation. I mean, a sort of guardian to me. Aren't you, Clem?"
"Well, yes, I suppose I am, a sort of guardian. In fact, I am, of course,"
he said, altogether perplexed as to her drift.
"I am thinking of marrying,"
she then observed blandly.
"but I shall not marry unless you assure me that you approve of such a step. Why don't you speak?"
"I was rather taken by surprise, but nevertheless I am very glad to hear such news. I shall approve, of course, dear Tamsy. Who can it be? I am quite at a loss to guess. No, I am not. 'Tis the old doctor. Not that I mean to call him old, for he's not very old after all. Ah, I noticed when he attended you last time."
"No, no,"
she said hastily.
"'tis Mr. Van."
Clem's face suddenly became grave.
"There now, you don't like him, and I wish I hadn't mentioned him,"
she exclaimed, almost petulantly.
"and I shouldn't have done it either, only he keeps on bothering me so till I don't know what to do."
Clem looked at the heath.
"I like Ven well enough,"
he answered at last.
"He is a very honest and at the same time astute man. He is clever too, as is proved by his having got you to favour him. But really, Thomason, he is not quite—"
"Gentleman enough for me? That is just what I feel. I am sorry now that I asked you, and I won't think any more of him. At the same time, I must marry him if I marry anybody. That I will say."
"I don't see that,"
said Clem, carefully concealing every clue to his own interrupted intention, which she plainly had not guessed.
"You might marry a professional man, or somebody of that sort, by going into the town and forming acquaintances there."
"I'm not fit for town life, so very rural and silly as I always have been. Do not you yourself notice my countrified ways?"
"Well, when I came home from Paris I did, a little, but I don't now."
"That's because you have got countrified too. Oh, I couldn't live in a street for the world. Egdon is a ridiculous old place, but I have got used to it, and I couldn't be happy anywhere else at all."
"Neither could I,"
said Clem.
"Then how could you say that I should marry some town man? I am sure, say what you will, that I must marry Diggory, if I marry at all. He has been kinder to me than anybody else, and has helped me in many ways that I don't know of."
Thomason almost pouted now.
"Yes, he has,"
said Clem in a neutral tone.
"Well, I wish with all my heart that I could say marry him. But I cannot forget what my mother thought on that matter, and it goes rather against me not to respect her opinion. There is too much reason why we should do the little we can to respect it now."
"Very well, then,"
sighed Thomason.
"I will say no more."
"But you are not bound to obey my wishes. I merely say what I think."
"Oh, no, I don't want to be rebellious in that way,"
she said sadly.
"I had no business to think of him. I ought to have thought of my family. What dreadfully bad impulses there are in me!"
Her lips trembled, and she turned away to hide a tear. Clem, though vexed at what seemed her unaccountable taste, was in measure relieved to find that at any rate the marriage question in relation to himself was shelved. For several succeeding days he saw her at different times from the window of his room moping disconsolately about the garden. He was half angry with her for choosing Ven, then he was grieved at having put himself in the way of Ven's happiness, who was, after all, as honest and persevering a young fellow as any on Egdon, since he had turned over a new leaf. In short, Clem did not know what to do. When next they met, she said abruptly,
He is much more respectable now than he was then.
Who? Oh, yes, Diggory then.
Aunt only objected because he was a Reddleman.
Well, Thomason, perhaps I don't know all the particulars of my mother's wish, so you had better use your own discretion.
You will always feel that I slighted your mother's memory.
No, I will not. I shall think you are convinced that, had she seen Diggory in his present position, she would have considered him a fitting husband for you. Now, that's my real feeling. Don't consult me any more, but do as you like, Thomason. I shall be content.
It is to be supposed that Thomason was convinced, for a few days after this, when Clym strayed into a part of the heath that he had not lately visited, Humphrey, who was at work there, said to him,
"I am glad to see that Mrs. Wildeve and Venn have made it up again, seemingly."
"Have they?"
said Clym abstractedly.
"Yes, and he do contrive to stumble upon her whenever she walks out on fine days with the child. But, Mr. Yeobright, I can't help feeling that your cousin ought to have married you. 'Tis a pity to make two chimney corners where there need be only one. You could get her away from him now, 'tis my belief, if you were only to set about it."
How can I have the conscience to marry after having driven two women to their deaths? Don't think such a thing, Humphrey. After my experience, I should consider it too much of a burlesque to go to church and take a wife. In the words of Job, I have made a covenant with mine eyes. When then should I think upon a maid?
No, Mr. Clym, don't fancy that about driving two women to their deaths. You shouldn't say it.
Well, we'll leave that out,
said Yeobright.
But anyhow, God has set a mark upon me which wouldn't look well in a love-making scene. I have two ideas in my head, and no others. I am going to keep a night school, and I am going to turn preacher. What have you got to say to that, Humphrey?
I'll come and hear 'ee, with all my heart.
Thanks. 'Tis all I wish.
As Clym descended into the valley, Thomason came down by the other path and met him at the gate.
What do you think I have to tell you, Clym?
She said, looking archly over her shoulder at him.
I can guess,
he replied. She scrutinized his face.
Yes, you guess right. It is going to be, after all. He thinks I may as well make up my mind, and I have got to think so too. It is to be on the 25th of next month, if you don't object.
Do what you think right, dear. I am only too glad that you see your way to clear happiness again. My sex owes you every amends for the treatment you received in days gone by.
Footnote. The writer may state here that the original conception of the story did not design a marriage between Thomason and Venn. He was to have retained his isolated and weird character to the last, and to have disappeared mysteriously from the heath, nobody knowing whither, Thomason remaining a widow. But certain circumstances of serial publication led to a change of intent. Readers can therefore choose between the endings, and those with an austere artistic code can assume the more consistent conclusion to be the true one. End of Book 6, Chapter 3. Book 6, Chapter 4 of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 6, AFTERCOURSES, Chapter 4. Cheerfulness again asserts itself at Bloom's End, and Clym finds his vocation. Anybody who had passed through Bloom's End about 11 o'clock on the morning fixed for the wedding would have found that, while Yeobright's house was comparatively quiet, sounds denoting great activity came from the dwelling of his nearest neighbour, Timothy Fairway. It was chiefly a noise of feet, briskly crunching hither and thither over the sanded floor within. One man only was visible outside, and he seemed to be later at an appointment than he intended to be, for he hastened up to the door, lifted the latch, and walked in without ceremony. The scene within was not quite the customary one. Standing about the room was a little knot of men who formed the chief part of the Egdon coterie, there being present Fairway himself, Grandfer Cantle, Humphrey, Christian, and one or two turf-cutters. It was a warm day, and the men were as a matter of course in their shirt-sleeves, except Christian, who had always a nervous fear of parting with a scrap of his clothing when in anybody's house but his own. Across the stout oak table in the middle of the room was thrown a mass of striped linen, which Grandfer Cantle held down on one side and Humphrey on the other, while Fairway rubbed its surface with a yellow lump, his face being damp and creased with the effort of the labour.
"Wax in the bed-tick, Souls?"
said the newcomer.
"Yes, Sam,"
said Grandfer Cantle, as a man too busy to waste words.
"Shall I stretch this corner a shade tighter?"
Fairway replied, and the waxing went on with unabated vigour.
"'Tis going to be a good bed, by the look o't,"
continued Sam, after an interval of silence.
"Who may it be for?"
"'Tis a present for the new folks that's going to set up housekeeping,"
said Christian, who stood helpless and overcome by the majesty of the proceedings.
"Ah, to be sure, and a valuable one, I believe."
"Beds be dear to folks that don't keep geese, bain't they, Mr. Fairway?"
said Christian, as to an omniscient being.
"Yes,"
said the furs dealer, standing up, giving his forehead a thorough mopping, and handing the beeswax to Humphrey, who succeeded at the rubbing forthwith.
"Not that this couple be in want of one, but 'twas well to show 'em a bit of friendliness at this great racket and vagary of their lives. I set up both my own daughters in one when they was married, and there have been feathers enough for another in the house the last 12 months. Now then, neighbours, I think we have laid on enough wax. Grandfer Cantle, you turn the tick the right way outwards, and then I'll begin to shake in the feathers."
When the bed was in proper trim, Fairway and Christian brought forward vast paper bags, stuffed to the full, but light as balloons, and began to turn the contents of each into the receptacle just prepared. As bag after bag was emptied, airy tufts of down and feathers floated about the room in increasing quantity, till, through a mishap of Christian's, who shook the contents of one bag outside the tick, the atmosphere of the room became dense with gigantic flakes, which descended upon the workers like a windless snowstorm.
"I never saw such a clumsy chap as you, Christian,"
said Grandfather Cantle severely.
"You might have been the son of a man that's never been outside Bloom's End in his life, for all the wit you have. Really, all the soldiering and smartness in the world in the father seems to count for nothing in forming the nature of the son. As far as that Chief Christian is concerned, I might as well have stayed at home and seed nothing, like all the rest of you here. Though as far as myself is concerned, a dashing spirit has counted for summat, to be sure."
"Don't ye let me down so, father. I feel no bigger than a ninepin after it. I've made but a bruckle hit, I'm afeard."
Come, never pitch yourself in such a low key as that, Christian. You should try more,"
said Fairway.
"Yes, and you should try more,"
echoed the Grandfer with insistence, as if he had been the first to make the suggestion.
"In common conscience every man ought either to marry or go for a soldier. 'Tis a scandal to the nation to do neither one nor t'other. I did both, thank God. Neither to raise men nor to lay 'em low. That shows a poor do-nothing spirit indeed."
"I never had the nerve to stand fire,"
faltered Christian.
"But as to marrying, I own I've asked here and there, without much fruit from it. Yes, there's some house or other that might have had a man for a master, such as he is, that's now ruled by a woman alone. Still, it might have been awkward if I had found her, for, d'ye see, neighbours, there'd have been nobody left at home to keep down father's spirits to the decent pitch that becomes a old man."
"And you've your work cut out to do that, my son,"
said Grandfer Cantle smartly.
"I wish that the dread of infirmities was not so strong in me. I'd start the very first thing tomorrow to see the world over again. But 71, though nothing at home, is a high figure for a rover. 71 last Candlemas Day. Gad, I'd sooner have it in guineas than in years."
And the old man sighed.
"Don't you be mournful, Grandfer,"
said Fairway.
"Empt some more feathers into the bed-tick and keep up your heart. Though rather lean in the stalks, you be a green-leaved old man still. There's time enough left to ye yet to fill whole chronicles."
"Begad, I'll go to 'em, Timothy, to the married pair,"
said Grandfer Cantle in an encouraged voice, and starting round briskly.
"I'll go to 'em to-night and sing a wedding song, eh? 'Tis like me to do so, you know, and they'd see it as such. My down in Cupid's garden was very well liked him for. Still, I've got others as good and even better. What do you say to my She called to her love from the lattice above, Oh, come in from the foggy, foggy dew. To please 'em well at such a time. Really, now I come to think of it, I haven't turned my tongue in my head to the shape of a really good song since old Midsummer Night, when we had the barley mow at the woman. And 'tis a pity to neglect your strong point where there's few that have the compass for such things.
So 'tis, so 'tis,
said Fairway.
Now gie the bed a shake-down. We've put in 70 pounds of best feathers, and I think that's as many as the tick will fairly hold. A bit and a drap wouldn't be amiss now, I reckon. Christian, mull down the victuals from the corner cupboard of cards to each man, and I'll draw a drap or somewhat to wet it with.
They sat down to a lunch in the midst of their work, feathers around, above, and below them, the original owners of which occasionally came to the open door and cackled begrudgingly at sight of such a quantity of their old clothes.
Upon my soul, I shall be choked,
said Fairway, when, having extracted a feather from his mouth, he found several others floating on the mug as it was handed round.
I swallowed several, and one had a tolerable quill,
said Sam placidly from the corner.
Hullo, what's that? Wheels, I hear coming.
Grandfer Kettle exclaimed, jumping up and hastening to the door.
Why, 'tis they back again. I didn't expect 'em yet this half-hour. To be sure, how quick marrying can be done when you've a mind for it.
Oh, yes, it can soon be done,
said Fairway, as if something should be added to make the statement complete. He arose and followed the grandfer, and the rest also went to the door. In a moment an open fly was driven past, in which sat Venn and Mrs. Venn, Yeobright, and a grand relative of Venn's who had come from Budmouth for the occasion. The fly had been hired at the nearest town, regardless of distance and cost, there being nothing on Egdon Heath, in Venn's opinion, dignified enough for such an event when such a woman as Thomason was the bride, and the church was too remote for a walking bridal party. As the fly passed the group which had run out from the homestead, they shouted hurrah and waved their hands, feathers and down floating from their hair, their sleeves, and the folds of their garments at every motion, and Grandfer Cantle's seals dancing merrily in the sunlight as he twirled himself about. The driver of the fly turned a supercilious gaze upon them. He even treated the wedded pair themselves with something like condescension, for in what other state than heathen could people, rich or poor, exist who were doomed to abide in such a world's end as Egdon? Thomason showed no such superiority to the group at the door, fluttering her hand as quickly as a bird's wing towards them, and asking Diggory, with tears in her eyes, if they ought not to alight and speak to these kind neighbours. Venn, however, suggested that as they were all coming to the house in the evening, this was hardly necessary. After this excitement, the saluting party returned to their occupation, and the stuffing and sewing were soon afterwards finished, when Fairway harnessed a horse, wrapped up the cumbrous present, and drove off with it in the cart to Venn's house at Stickleford. Yeobright, having filled the office at the wedding service which naturally fell to his hands, and afterwards returned to the house with the husband and wife, was indisposed to take part in the feasting and dancing that wound up the evening. Thomason was disappointed.
I wish I could be there without dashing your spirits,
he said.
But I might be too much like the skull at the banquet.
No, no.
Well, dear, apart from that, if you would excuse me, I should be glad. I know it seems unkind, but, dear Thomason, I fear I should not be happy in the company. There, that's the truth of it. I shall always be coming to see you at your new home, you know, so that my absence now will not matter.
Then I give in. Do whatever will be most comfortable to yourself.
Clem retired to his lodging at the housetop, much relieved, and occupied himself during the afternoon in noting down the heads of a sermon, with which he intended to initiate all that really seemed practicable of the scheme that had originally brought him hither, and that he had so long kept in view under various modifications and through evil and good report. He had tested and weighed his convictions again and again, and saw no reason to alter them, though he had considerably lessened his plan. His eyesight, by long humouring in his native air, had grown stronger, but not sufficiently strong to warrant his attempting his extensive educational project. Yet he did not repine. There was still more than enough of an unambitious sort to tax all his energies and occupy all his hours. Evening drew on, and sounds of life and movement in the lower part of the domicile became more pronounced. The gate and the palings clicked incessantly. The party was to be an early one, and all the guests were assembled long before it was dark. Yeobright went down the back staircase and into the heath by another path than that in front, intending to walk in the open air till the party was over, when he would return to wish Thomasin and her husband good-bye as they departed. His steps were insensibly bent towards Mistover by the path that he had followed on that terrible morning when he learnt the strange news from Susan's boy. He did not turn aside to the cottage, but pushed on to an eminence, whence he could see over the whole quarter that had once been Eustatia's home. While he stood observing the darkening scene, somebody came up. Clym, seeing him but dimly, would have let him pass silently, had not the pedestrian, who was Charlie, recognized the young man and spoken to him.
"Charlie, I have not seen you for a length of time,"
said Yeobright.
"Do you often walk this way?"
No,
the lad replied.
I don't often come outside the bank.
"You are not of the Maypole?"
No,
said Charlie, in the same listless tone.
I don't care for that sort of thing now.
"You rather liked Miss Eustacia, didn't you?"
Yeobright gently asked. Eustacia had frequently told him of Charlie's romantic attachment.
Yes, very much. I wish...
Yes?
I wish, Mr. Yeobright, you could give me something to keep that once belonged to her, if you don't mind.
I shall be very happy to. It will give me great pleasure, Charlie. Let me think what I have of hers that you would like. But come with me to the house and I'll see.
They walked towards Bloom's End together. When they reached the front it was dark, and the shutters were closed, so that nothing of the interior could be seen.
"Come round this way,"
said Clym.
"My entrance is at the back for the present."
The two went round and ascended the crooked stair in darkness till Clym's sitting-room on the upper floor was reached, where he lit a candle, Charlie entering gently behind. Yeobright searched his desk, and taking out a sheet of tissue paper, unfolded from it 2 or 3 undulating locks of raven hair, which fell over the paper like black streams. From these he selected one, wrapped it up, and gave it to the lad, whose eyes had filled with tears. He kissed the packet, put it in his pocket, and said in a voice of emotion,
"Oh, Mr. Clym, how good you are to me."
"I will go a little way with you,"
said Clym, and amid the noise of merriment from below they descended. Their path to the front led them close to a little side window, whence the rays of candles streamed across the shrubs. The window, being screened from general observation by the bushes, had been left unblinded, so that a person in this private nook could see all that was going on within the room which contained the wedding guests, except in so far as vision was hindered by the green antiquity of the panes.
"Charlie, what are they doing?"
said Clym.
"My sight is weaker again to-night, and the glass of this window is not good."
Charlie wiped his own eyes, which were rather blurred with moisture, and stepped closer to the casement.
"Mr. Glenn is asking Christine Cattle to sing,"
he replied.
"and Christian is moving about in his chair as if he were frightened at the question, and his father has struck up a stave instead of him."
"Yes, I can hear the old man's voice,"
said Clym.
"So there is to be no dancing, I suppose. And is Thomasin in the room? I see something moving in front of the candles that resembles her shape, I think."
"Yes, she do seem happy. She is red in the face and laughing at something Fairway has said to her. Oh, my!"
"What noise was that?"
said Clym.
"Mr. Venn is so tall he knocked his head against the beam in geeing a skip as he passed under Mrs. Venn to return up quite frightened, and she's put her hand on his head to feel if there's a lump. And how they all be laughing again, as if nothing had happened."
"Do any of them seem to care about my not being there?"
Clym asked.
"No, not in a bit. Now they're all holding up their glasses and drinking to somebody's health."
"I wonder if it's mine."
"No, 'tis Mr. and Mrs. Venn's, since he's making a hearty sort of speech. There. Now Mrs. Venn has got up and is going away to put on her things, I think."
"Well, they haven't concerned themselves about me, and it's quite right they should not. It is all as it should be, and Thomasin at least is happy. We will not stay any longer now, as they will soon be coming out to go home.
He accompanied the lad into the heath on his way home, and returning alone to the house a quarter of an hour later, found Venn and Thomasin ready to start, all the guests having departed in his absence. The wedded pair took their seats in the four-wheeled dog-cart which Venn's head milker and handyman had driven from Stickleford to fetch them in. Little Eustacia and the nurse were packed securely upon the open flap behind, and the milker, on an ancient overstepping pony, whose shoes clashed like cymbals at every tread, rode in the rear, in the manner of a body-servant of the last century.
"Now we leave you in absolute possession of your own house again,"
said Thomasin, as she bent down to wish her cousin good night.
"It will be rather lonely for you, Clem, after the hubbub we have been making."
Oh, that's no inconvenience,
said Clem, smiling rather sadly. And then the party drove off and vanished in the nightshades, and Yeobright entered the house. The ticking of the clock was the only sound that greeted him, for not a soul remained. Christian, who acted as cook, valet, and gardener to Clem, sleeping at his father's house. Yeobright sat down in one of the vacant chairs and remained in thought a long time. His mother's old chair was opposite. It had been sat in that evening by those who had scarcely remembered that it ever was hers. But to Clem she was always a presence there, now as always. Whatever she was in other people's memories, in his she was the sublime saint whose radiance even his tenderness for Eustacia could not obscure. But his heart was heavy. That mother had not crowned him in the day of his espousals and in the day of the gladness of his heart, and events had borne out the accuracy of her judgment and proved the devotedness of her care. He should have heeded her for Eustacia's sake even more than for his own.
It was all my fault,
he whispered.
Oh, my mother, my mother! Would to God that I could live my life again, and endure for you what you endured for me.
On the Sunday after this wedding, an unusual sight was to be seen on Rainbarrow. From a distance there simply appeared to be a motionless figure standing on the top of the tumulus, just as Eustacia had stood on that lonely summit some 2 years and a half before. But now it was fine warm weather, with only a summer breeze blowing, and early afternoon instead of dull twilight. Those who ascended to the immediate neighbourhood of the barrow perceived that the erect form in the centre, piercing the sky, was not really alone. Round him upon the slopes of the barrow a number of heath-men and women were reclining or sitting at their ease. They listened to the words of the man in their midst, who was preaching, while they abstractedly pulled heather, stripped ferns, or tossed pebbles down the slope. This was the first of a series of moral lectures or sermons on the mount, which were to be delivered from the same place every Sunday afternoon as long as the fine weather lasted. The commanding elevation of Rainbarrow had been chosen for 2 reasons. First, that it occupied a central position among the remote cottages around. Secondly, that the preacher thereon could be seen from all adjacent points as soon as he arrived at his post, the view of him being thus a convenient signal to those stragglers who wished to draw near. The speaker was bareheaded, and the breeze at each waft gently lifted and lowered his hair, somewhat too thin for a man of his years, these still numbering less than 33. He wore a shade over his eyes, and his face was pensive and lined, but though these bodily features were marked with decay, there was no defect in the tones of his voice, which was rich, musical, and stirring. He stated that his discourses to people were to be sometimes secular and sometimes religious, but never dogmatic, and that his texts would be taken from all kinds of books. This afternoon the words were as follows.
And the king rose up to meet her, and bowed himself unto her, and sat down on his throne, and caused a seat to be set for the king's mother, and she sat on his right hand. Then she said, I desire one small petition of thee. I pray thee say me not nay. And the king said unto her, Ask on, mother, for I will not say thee nay.
Yeobright had, in fact, found his vocation in the career of an itinerant open-air preacher and lecturer on morally unimpeachable subjects, and from this day he laboured incessantly in that office, speaking not only in simple language on Rainbarrow and in the hamlets round, but in a more cultivated strain elsewhere, from the steps and porticos of town halls, from market crosses, from conduits, on esplanades and on wharves, from the parapets of bridges, in barns and outhouses, and all other such places in the neighbouring Wessex towns and villages. He left alone creeds and systems of philosophy, finding enough and more than enough to occupy his tongue in the opinions and actions common to all good men. Some believed him, and some believed not. Some said that his words were commonplace, others complained of his want of theological doctrine, while others again remarked that it was well enough for a man to take to preaching who could not see to do anything else. But everywhere he was kindly received, for the story of his life had become generally known. End of Book 6, Chapter 4. End of Book 6. End of The Return of the Native, by Thomas Hardy.